Hello. Hello. Greetings, everybody. Uh, okay, hopefully chat's working right now. Okay, I haven't said, but I was trying to like get chat the chat I had on was frozen last time, and it didn't help that I was running a really powerful game yesterday, so oh yeah. For anyone oh my God, we don't have any audio. Wait, hold on. Can you say something? Side to make
Yeah,
sure.
I'm still
Okay.
checking. I need to check the audio.
Okay, there you are.
Here, I'm
Okay.
going into it. I'm trying to do it.
For a second, I thought the audio wasn't coming through. But yeah, chat was frozen. Yesterday, I was playing Stellar Blade for the first time. It was really fun, but it was very intensive on my PC while also streaming to three different, platforms at the same time. And I'm pretty sure if I played the game by myself, it wouldn't be that intensive and I'd actually have a more of an enjoyable experience. But because I was streaming to three platforms as well as running a very intensive game, the stream wasn't that great. And apparently my mic kept cutting off. But yeah, other than that, the game itself was actually really fun. I had fun. It was a good game. Should I be worried? Did they have Denuvo with it as a program attached to the game?
I don't. I can answer that question. I just gotta find it because I'm trying to get everything set up here. Incorporates. Yes, it does incorporate Denuvo, but I think this is Denuvo Lite. It's not like the hardcore Denuvo that you get for some of the multiplayer games.
Mm, fair enough. But yeah, so far Stellar Blade's really cool. I was trying to finish the first mission at the very least, but it just kept going on and on and on and on and on, and I was like, okay, I think I'm just gonna end it here. And honestly, I probably ended it like right towards the butt end of the mission, but it's whatever. I was getting tired, and it's been a long day, but yeah. Stellar Blade is really cute, and I already got some of the cute outfits for Stellar Blade, and Eve looks amazing as always. That was never in any doubt. Um, but yeah.
I have not had a chance to play it at all yet because I've just been very, very busy. And then I was gonna have some time this weekend, but then Odyssey came out. Chrono Odyssey came out for a limited time beta test, closed beta test. You have to be invited in. You can apply on Steam, but there's no way to just like get access immediately. um, and they have been limiting it because there were some server issues, and so some people were like, Friday they had like 30,000 people, and then Saturday they only had like 20,000. It's like the game is not enormous. Like it's an open world, it's an MMO type thing, but it does not have endless content right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the content that's in there does take a lot of like getting used to and learning, and there's some pretty steep learning curves for stuff because it is a Souls like MMO, and this is why I'm playing it, because it's one of the first Souls like MMOs where you can get like two shot by regular mobs very easily
Mm,
if you're not paying attention. Not if you're bad, if you're just not paying attention. The bosses are definitely hard. The bosses are the bosses are very interesting, very difficult, and it's yeah, it is an interesting situation with that. So yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's all I could say. It's like it's crazy how difficult some of the bosses are. But there always seems to be a particular play style or weapon type. I went in to fight the first big major boss. Um, like once you get out of the tutorial stuff, like once you get out of that, I fought this big, really big, tough boss. He's got a big spear. He's big giant POS, and I was having such a hard time with my long sword or my great sword build, and so I'm like, this is stupid. I'm starting to get annoyed. I only died twice on it, so then I switched over to my like parry, block, and counter attack swords, and it was a freaking joke. Yeah, I didn't even have to use a healing potion. I just
Uh,
literally one shot him when I went in and did it like that.
wow.
So it really does boil down to your builds, your concepts, your core, all that kind of stuff. You figure out what you need, what you're going for, and yeah, it works out really good once you get going. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting game. I'm not sure if I'm going to get it when it comes out full. I've heard that this build is currently not the it's not even their like most up to date build. They have a significantly like better and different version that they couldn't get the multiplayer to work on it, and that's very normal for like early beta games. It's very normal for you to be playing the game and then suddenly just everything doesn't work when you do a big update. And so your beta, if you're trying to if you're trying to fix those exact problems, connection problems, surprise surprise, you need to run a beta test. But you can't test the latest engine of the game because that's the thing that you're running the beta test to fix. Stress
Hmm.
tests. I can't believe how many like pro gamers or like people like with YouTube channels with big followings are like, I didn't like this game because I crashed, and I'm very angry because I crashed. And it's like, it's a beta, dude. Like it's a stress test beta weekend. Then you got other people who are like insisting that their progress not be reset when the game goes live. It's like,
Uh,
again, beta. We like, oh my goodness, like the freaking arrogance of this. It's insane. It's highly insane. It's very stupid. I don't I I really don't get why some people apparently lose their mind when it comes
I
to
mean,
knowing how video games work.
would they would they feel more comfortable if the game was early access?
Mm,
Because technically, isn't early access just beta testing in itself? Because at least then the players are actually playing the game and giving
it's
feedback to the developers in real
yeah.
time.
So I don't know if they will launch with an early access, but most early accesses do not. They don't rotate around that concept of play. It's just not something that they typically do. Where it's
Oh,
like so for an MMO, you have to stress test, and the thing that people are talking about or thinking about or wanting to have is not that's not a that yeah, early access totally different than a beta test. Right now they're just beta testing it, they're stress testing the servers, trying to make sure that it works. It is a little bit old fashioned. um and they might come out with an early access. I don't know what the current plans are. I would definitely say that I think it needs an early access because it's not quite there yet. It's close, but not quite there. So
isn't it the same
so
people
yeah.
who made New World, the New World MMO?
No,
It's not the same
no.
people.
New World's Amazon. This is
Oh,
this is a completely different, yeah, completely different studio.
okay.
Um, I don't know if they're connected in some weird way. I kind of doubt it. Um, but yeah, this game is it's made by a Korean developer. Their previous games have had pay to win stuff in it. Um, I don't see any. I don't see any like offline shops or anything like that. I don't. So I don't. I have no idea if they're gonna like what they're gonna do. It could be that they move towards a pay to win model, and if they do, then screw them and like move on and just like whatever. But as so many other MMO fans will tell you is that people that are fans of MMOs we're just desperate for a good MMO. Like we're desperate for something that we haven't played 1,000 times before, right?
Mm.
We were desperate for something that has, something new and exciting. The
Are you
chat system, I
telling
will say
me?
the chat.
Are you telling me that the live service model has been neglecting the MMO genre? What?
Yeah. Yes.
Crazy.
Well, so because live services, the like Marvel Rivals, Overwatch,
Mm.
Fortnite, those aren't MMOs. You
Yeah.
don't build a community of like, people that you build a guild with. You build teams and you build friends and that kind of stuff. And MMOs have not helped. I was just about to complain about this. Um, this game currently is significantly missing a proper chat system.
Mm.
I don't know how Korean MMOs have the worst, most garbage UI when it comes to chatting that I have ever seen in any other. There are children's games that have better chat functions than Korean MMOs, and for the large part also Japanese MMOs. I don't know what it is with the Eastern market that they can't come up with a chat system in a game that actually makes chatting fun and engaging and not a difficult thing. I can't even see chat right now in the game walking around. I can't even see it. I can't even see it. I have to stop what I'm doing. I have to press enter, and then I have a spam of system messages, and the last chat message was like an hour ago. That's how just garbage the chat system is. And this, if they want this game to be successful and like get like corner the MMO market, they have to fix that. There's no chat bubbles, which you desperately need when you have a social online game so that you can see people talking, you can read what they're saying. Or you could get some like proximity chat. And then my absolute biggest pet peeve with this game right now, other than the chat system, is apparently there are areas where it's forced PvP, and I did accidentally like significant like I did. There was this boss fight, big public boss fight. I ran in and I accidentally like chunked one of the other players, and I was like he could tell that I didn't mean to, and so he didn't attack me back. But it's like I have yet to encounter anybody who's actually excited or wants to do any kind of PvP. And again, it just when it comes to these Korean open world games, they have this really bad habit of throwing in PvP multiplayer, like PvP battleground, like not battlegrounds, like you are just given, like you walk into a game and it's just like, hi, you must now PvP, and you're like, I don't like I'm trying to fish. I'm trying to mine some stone. I don't want to have to deal with
Sorry.
constant PvP.
I just I just imagine you just like you're just like grooming your horse or you're just like minding your own business and then you just hear boss music. It's like a new was it a new contestant has entered
Yeah,
has
right.
entered the environment. You're like, oh shit. Oh,
But
sorry.
but it is and I will say, like, I haven't had to deal with griefers or people causing that kind of issue right now, but everybody is just on edge and they're not really wanting to have to deal with the stupidity of the whole like, hey, PvP, 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 PvP. It's like, please stop. This hasn't been successful or popular for about 15 years. So just stop. Like please, devs,
Isn't that why
please
people
stop adding this garbage into these MMOs. It's public forced, enforced, unconsensual PvP is garbage. Nobody likes it. It's not fun. It's destroyed games. Stop.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that why a lot of people like ask for like PvE or like was it
Hmm.
just fighting enemy NPCs? Because like I heard like Overwatch like they wanted more PvE stuff, at least with the main campaign when they were gonna set up a story campaign. But they quietly just didn't do that, and then everyone just forgave them. How are we just gonna ignore that? Anyways, but yeah, like people wanted a PvE mode especially for like, was it the main storyline? But they didn't do that. When they were thinking about single player campaign. But yeah, hi Scythe, I see you. But yeah, what was I going for with that? Oh right. There people ask for that because like even in environments where PvP is the main game, like it gets tiring after a while, so people would want something a little bit
Yeah.
different. Especially since around the time people said it's gotten better recently, but around the time of Overwatch 2, like it was kind of pretty toxic. And apparently there's something going on with the banning system with Overwatch. Like it's very harsh. The banning system is very harsh. If you just annoy somebody and they report you, you just get like automatically like banned, or at least you like get punished for like 2 weeks, and you can't play Overwatch anymore for the next 2 weeks, which is like unfair, especially when you didn't even do anything wrong. It's just the other guy on the other team like has like a big ego, and he didn't like
Yeah.
that you kept sniping him. But it's like whatever. It's like get better, dude. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, I can see why that could be. I mean, I'm not. I know what happens in MMOs. This is why I specifically don't play MMOs because I don't like dealing with other people's bullshit. So yeah, like I know there's like camping, griefing. Was that what it was called? Like
Yeah, griefing. Yeah.
people just like coming into your space and just destroying everything and stealing your shit. Like it's just annoying to deal with, especially when you're just trying to have fun. But you know.
But you know, like I'm not kidding. Like World PvP was good very briefly for a very short amount of time. Um, and I mean I have it like in a bunch of games that I played that had PvP. It's like I have been top 5 in the world in 4 games. So it's like I get it. I'm telling you, I do it. I am a fan. I was a fan at one point, but I don't have the time to deal with like people who just grief all day and that's their fun. It's like my fun right now. And one of the reasons why I like this game is that it's got a really cool crafting system. It's sort of old fashioned, and it's sort of like the new Amazon game where it's like not the new, it's the older Amazon MMO where it's like you can run around, you can chop every tree, you chop every tree, you mine every rock, you pick up every bush, and obviously you don't want to because you're gonna run out of inventory space ridiculously fast. So you want to kind of like specialize. You want to be like a special miner, or you want to be like commit yourself to just cutting down trees, that kind of stuff. But but yeah, it's not something where it's like you're forced to like go one way or the other. It's just like pick whatever you want and then just have fun with it. It's like it does feel like I'm having a lot of fun in the game. I don't know how long it will last because that's the thing with Dark Souls games is that I don't exactly have a ton of fun in Dark Souls games. It's
Yeah.
usually very stressful. You're like going through, you're trying not to waste literally hours of work by accidentally dying to a stupid mob, and then, and then you have your fun, and then there's not really like that much of a replay value in it, some of them are, and some of them are better than others, but a lot of them, it's like you play it through once and you're basically done. It's like there's not much else for you to do, and there's not a lot of like, and I'm not kidding. It's like, do you want to have the stress of playing through another game where it's like your primary goal is to not get touched ever? Like I don't think that's fun. It's cool for a challenge. Definitely love a good challenge. I like watching people who do like the guy who played all Dark Souls games without getting hit once. And if he got hit once, he had to start back at the first Dark Souls game and go back from scratch and play the whole thing again. It's like he's really awesome. Like that is a skill that is truly awesome. And if I lived in a timeline where we had infinite time, I would probably try that. But we don't have infinite time, and I don't have the patience for that. So there's no way in hell I'm touching a challenge like that. But
Yeah.
I do not denigrate like what other people have done to get those challenges, because it is very difficult and these games are really hard. And it is really cool when you have somebody who can like showcase like, hey, look what I can do. And one of the things that I like about this game is like, again, one mob can easily kill you. The fun I'm having right now is I'm running around in between these big old packs. I'm gathering up like 5 or 6 of these guys, and then I'm flawlessly butchering all of them. That's cool. I love that. This is currently why I'm actually having fun with this game right now, because this is genuinely cool, and it's kind of awesome. I'm not clicking with the classes so far, and I hope that they bring in a new class type. But yeah, it's yeah. There was a fellow who reviewed it. Amazon. Asmongold reacted to a guy who reviewed it today. Asmongold wasn't a big fan of the game. But this guy was really not a fan of the game. He was very angry. He was exceptionally angry that he had to read quest dialogue. He was really, really angry that the game made him like look on the map to see where he needed to go, instead of just being automatically driven to the point of what he needed to do for the quest. And again, it's like, I get there's new gamers, they want to play like, some people want to play the mobile game where it's like, okay, do this quest, push this button, quest is done, push this other button, we will take you to the next quest. Okay, you're at the next quest, push another next button. Like games like that, it's like, I think that guy kind of missed his calling. He's clearly wanting to play a game like that, and not a game where you have to read 10 words of a quest text to figure out, oh, I've got to click the box. Okay, I can the box is right there. I can click the box. Literally, that was one of his complaints about it. He was vitriolically angry that he had to read a thing that told him to click the box that was just off to the side. And
Oh.
then Asmongold didn't read that quest, didn't actually get that thing, and didn't oh, I just found a giant ass dragon. Okay, big giant dragon coming at me. I'm gonna run away. I'm running away now.
Mm.
But yeah, that was his complaint. Like Asmongold was angry because he was doing this. He didn't see this box. He didn't get an upgrade to his armor, so he was like, "I hate this game," because he kept on dying. And it's like, and Asmongold typically does that when it comes to it's really hard to stream and play well at a Dark Souls game, because it requires an absolute metric ton of concentration when you're learning new fights that you haven't fought before. And he was doing all of those things. He was learning all that from scratch. So yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry about harping on this particular topic a lot. We do have a lot of other stories to
Oh,
go through.
we were talking about was it Stellar Blade for a little bit?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Oh, wow. Okay. But sorry. Uh, God damn it. Let me get rid of all that shit. Hello, oily. Sorry.
Right. It's a great name, by the way.
Oh, good
Oh yeah,
lord.
and I've got
Oh,
a
they're
I've
all
got
just
a
talking shit about my stream. Okay, you guys can go fuck off. Bye-bye. Anyways, was it? Oh yeah, Stellar Blade. We were talking about how like Stellar Blade actually did a comeback. It actually sold well, which surprised Sony because they're like, "What? People want to play Sony games on PC?" And because Stellar Blades did so well, they're like thinking of like releasing more games on PC. And it's like, oh my god, shocker. And they also like was it? They also started releasing games in certain regions, in certain foreign regions. So it's like so it's like wow, who would have foreseen that if you actually like gave people what they want, you know, you can make money off of it.
Shocker. Absolutely shocker.
But yeah, it was kind of so stupid. I don't know why people are like so shocked that like if you give people access to your gaming library, they'll want to play your games. Like what it doesn't it's like it's just like Sony like released Spider-Man on PC and that did well. And yet they're like, "Bro, what the fuck?" Anyways, but yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry, apparently that's gonna have to hold on. Anyways, Kick's fun. I'm glad I'm streaming on Kick. Kick is so fun.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I've been. Did you see the? Because we do talk about streamer drama every once in a while. Did you see the drama about what Twitch was has been doing to multi streamers right now?
yeah,
Yeah, I can't imagine somebody
I feel like I'm just gonna
trying
be like
to
sitting
speed
here just
run,
deleting shit and banning people.
right?
I feel like that's just
Well,
gonna be
it's
me.
well, I think the smart thing to do is to
Keep
not
coming,
cross
guys. I got all
over
day. Sorry, you
not to
can't.
cross over the is is that on Twitch or is that on
Oh, it's on
Kick
Kick.
right now?
It's on Kick.
Oh, okay, okay, that's not good. Stupid.
Pretty
I
sure it's
mean,
the
like really,
same people because they're saying the same shit. So I think it's the same person.
right?
How do you
No,
have so much
that's
time on your
people
hands that
crazy.
you have like 5 alt accounts and harassing one
Dude,
person?
there are people who all they have, they don't work. They're on like government subsidy, and all they do is just sit there and you know annoy other people. It's like that's their literally their job.
But yeah. Oh yeah. Kid, was it Twitch is starting to ban people if you try to link Kick in your Twitch bio in any way. Like if you was it prioritize Kick in your streams, you get soft banned. People are saying soft banned, but you get banned. If you promote Kick on Twitch, you get banned. If you have a link to Kick on your Twitch account, you get banned. If you post your Kick link in chat, you get banned. Like they just really don't like Kick. It's because of a lot of drama going on between Kick and was it Kick and Twitch, and yeah, it's because like some people have been like criticizing Twitch lately, and honestly, it's honest criticism. Because Twitch has been prioritizing monetization to the point where it's annoying their viewer base. You know, the people who come to check out their who like makes them money with viewership. When you start annoying the viewers, when you start annoying the viewers, it's when things get a little dicey for you monetary wise. I'm starting to think that they're literally making new alt accounts as I ban them. I think that's it. I think that's
Probably.
because like it took a while for them to come back. And I just kicked him again. Sorry. Anyways,
I don't have a Twitch Kick account, so I can't help you. But I should probably get that. I should probably like set that up at some point.
no, you're fine. You always end up with trolls at some point, anyways. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
there's
yeah.
like, was it? This is
And
just,
again, it's like what why are you trolling? Like is your is have we so offended you
oh no,
that you
I think
just
they're just, they're
you
just like
must
a,
you must annoy?
I think they're just a, a 18-year-old who has like the mentality of a 5-year-old,
Gotcha.
and they think it's just funny. But
That's
anyways,
that'll get you that'll get them far in life. It's fun. It's funny.
yeah. But anyways,
But
uh, I was just
I
saying that
literally like
I was just gonna say that Twitch is issues. It's just, of their own
yeah.
accord. This is just something that they have brought onto themselves. People have been complaining for a while now, and it's their fault for not listening. And do you know what people do when they feel like they're not being listened to? They move on to something else. They move on to a platform that actually does listen to them. And yeah, that's what we're seeing. And it's actually been shown statistically that Twitch has been losing viewership by a lot. And
Yes,
Kick
they have.
has been actually rising in viewership
Yeah.
over the
Yeah, it's
last
actually been
couple
growing.
years, I think. But yeah. Uh but that's just Twitch though. Uh what else? Oh yeah, they're talking about how, did you see the new Xbox, not Xbox, the new what is it? Xbox handhelds console something
Yeah, the new
ROM
handheld. Yeah,
Ally.
handheld console.
What do you think about that?
It's interesting. There is, yeah, it is really interesting because it's like, well, what where are they going with that? Like, what's their planned, you know, end goal with that? Because it's crazy that, and just think about this. This is insane. Sony used to be the actual people who made handhelds. Nintendo too. And Nintendo's current handheld is not. I don't think it's worth it. But people. It's so weird. It's like we're watching this, and it's so bizarre right now. It's like Microsoft is coming out with a handheld. They're the ones who are embracing play any game on on this device, like wherever, whenever. Access Epic, Steam, Microsoft, like whatever. It's like, wow, okay, that's cool, like impressive. But why isn't Sony doing it? It's so weird. It's so bizarre.
Pretty sure they're not mentally well. But like I said, I can do this all day. Anyways, uh sorry, what were you saying?
It's just weird that
Oh,
Sony is the yeah.
yeah. Well, I was actually surprised that they came out with Xbox came out with a handheld. Like I thought they were done with the whole uh was it the whole console thing, and now it's like a handheld war. I
Yeah,
don't
which is
know.
again super weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. But it seems like it's a pretty good. I don't know. They said that they came out with the Ally, but then it's like, okay, but what's the price? Because Nintendo came out with freaking 500, and it's like, maybe close to 600. Was it? How much is the Xbox Ally? around 500. Wow, okay, so they're not any better than Nintendo. Okay. Oh wait, it's rumored. The standard version is rumored to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
priced
it's
around
not 100%
500,
yet.
while the more powerful Ally X model is rumored to be 800. They're crazy. They're like legit crazy. I don't know why. I don't know why gaming companies think that they can keep doing this. Honestly, I think it just makes them look bad.
Line go up, line go up, line must go up. The line must constantly go up. The line can always go up. It has to go up. If it doesn't go up, we're gonna get in big trouble. That's literally what I feel like is going on with this stuff. It's just like you guys are going to be you guys are flying headfirst into the abyss. Oh my. So yeah, I don't know why like servicing like actually doing stuff that people want, that people need, that people enjoy. I don't know why that's so difficult. I really don't understand why that is so difficult. But it is, apparently. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, uh, was it? They kept saying how much successful the Switch 2 was. I don't know. Oh, right. I wanted to talk about that. All right. So, they actually staggered the was it? They staggered the quantity of how much Switch 2s were available to be sold in stores. And that's something that Switch doesn't talk about or doesn't say. They're just like, "Oh, look at all look, we made so much money selling the Switch 2." And it's like, well, actually, you don't really. I mean, isn't just I don't know. I don't trust the figures because recently people have been lying about figures. Like they like fluff up the number than it normally is.
Numbers are almost always faked. And they use such crazy wording. It's like there was a game that came out recently and they said, "Oh, we have a million, like 1 or 2 million players." That was totally not true. Like by a they were counting people who had looked at the game on the free, like like what are they, the subscription service, right? And so they're looking at that and they're like, "Oh, we have 1 million people who just bought the game." It's like, no, you don't. You have 1 million people who happen to have the service who glanced at the game and didn't install it. It was really bad, and it's going to get worse because it's all about controlling the numbers and controlling the narrative and all this kind of stuff, and it's just insane.
I actually saw someone make a comment that uh everyone was like they're like, "Oh, everyone's anticipating the Switch 2." Apparently, barely anyone even showed up to the like grand release of the Switch 2. Like barely anyone showed up, maybe like 5 people, and even then the guy said they only got like 10 Switch 2s to sell. Like literally only 10. And it's like, okay, so you're only selling like giving people minimal access to a Switch 2, and then apparently there wasn't even that much hype. Someone's lying. The math ain't mathin'. Do you know what I mean? They're saying that it was such a big success, but then you have on the other side, you see people complaining about the price. You see people saying that people weren't actually excited for the release of the Switch 2. So it's like, and then even then, stores only had limited access of the quantity to sell to people in the first place. So it's like, I don't know. Didn't this happen with the PS5? Am I misremembering that?
Yep. Nope. Exact same thing.
I'm just wondering when people are gonna get sick and tired of it, you know? Just
It's all
wondering.
about FOMO and hype and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, people were also talking about how everyone was like talking shit about getting a Switch 2. And then was it all these influencers, quote unquote influencers, like YouTubers and stuff, were talking shit about, oh, the Switch 2, it's gonna suck. It's priced at 500 to 600, 700, I don't fucking know. It's just like really high prices, like almost $1,000. And then they end up getting the Switch 2 day one. And everyone's like,
Yeah.
wow. And it's like, yeah.
Because
Dude, yeah.
it's this false sense of like you have to do the thing that everybody else is doing. You have to do the thing. You have to do the thing. And it's just it's not healthy. Stop doing it. It's not healthy. It's not good for your long term. You don't have to be like a corporate simp. Like, just, I mean, the idea of a corporate simp is honestly gross. Like, genuinely kind of gross.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, I'm trying to fix chat a little bit.
yeah. I am still sick, by the way. I have been sick for a couple of weeks now. It's been great. Love it so much.
Did you go to the doctor about
Love
that?
it. Yeah, it's the thing I go through every year whenever I get a cold. It's sadly really, really normal.
Oh, just seasonal allergies?
Nope, not even seasonal. It's just literally get a cold, just, kind of die for a while.
Mm. Yeah, I know. I woke up with like a sore throat and I was like, oh God, am I sick? Oh God, I really hope I'm not sick. But yeah, it would just really suck to be sick because it takes a while for me to not be sick. But I think that's just probably the season right now.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's definitely in the air.
oh yeah, I even like quoted the person who said this, but they said, quote, I know this will sound like a trust me bro, but I can't really prove it, so I'll just say it anyway. I work at a Target. We only received like maybe 10 Switch consoles. That's fucking it. They sell consoles at Target. Is that true? I don't know if I believe that now. Google.com. Does. Oh, Target. Oh, okay, I was. Wait, what did I mix it up with? Okay, never mind. Wait, does Target sell consoles?
Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure they do. I don't. We don't have one up here in Forever Winterland, but yeah,
Uh,
I'm pretty sure they do, because they're like basically exactly like what's it called? Uh, Walmart, right? They're Walmart essentially
they're
ripoff
like,
type thing.
yeah, they're kind of like Walmart, but like a little bit more expensive. Bro, the last time I went to fucking Target, I'm so glad I got paid that day because oh my God, just going to Target was ridiculous. Like it really hit my bank. And my sister's like, "Oh my God, I owe you." And I was like, "Yeah, you do. That was an expensive trip. Just going to Target." I guess they do sell stuff at consoles at Target because I don't know. Whenever I went, I never really saw anything like that. But that's just my experience. Ooh, Blood of the Dawnwalker. It got a game trailer and it looked a little iffy. Okay, first we got the game trailer. It was a little iffy, but I was still hyped about the game. It still looks dark and interesting. Then they did like a game. Uh, it's not a game release. A game. It's not a demo. God damn it! What do you call it? It's a game. It's not a performance. It's when they're showing off the gameplay. They showed off the gameplay. And the gameplay looks so good, and it was only in beta. It's only in beta side, and it looks so good.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
we've
even in alpha. That's
we've
crazy.
we've seen that before so many times.
But don't get me wrong, there's still jank and like weirdness and stuff to it because it's not perfect, but it looked kind of okay. To give it some criticism, because I don't want to keep, uh, I don't want to keep praising them and be nothing. Hey, no, I want the soda. Sorry, my nephew came in and tried to steal Dr. Pepper. But I don't want to keep like just singing their praises. I need to say something like to balance it out. But it is kind of jank. What is it? The movements of the character models were a little weird, and like some of the graphics look a little bit potato when it came to like the detailing of the old lady's body. Like there was some things that didn't render properly on her dress and stuff, and so it looked weird. But there is some jank. It's not finished yet, but so far what they have shown looks really fucking good. And what helps them in my opinion, I think what really helps them is that it's a sandbox map. So it's not like open world or anything. Well, it's like, I guess it would be kind of semi open world. You can go around to different areas and explore, but it because it has one sandbox map, I think it helps them put like more focus more on one area and focus more putting more detail into that area. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I think them making it a small area helps maintain their focus, because if it was any bit bigger, it I don't know. I don't know. I trust that they're talented enough that if they tried to go a little bit bigger, like they'd be able to do it. But yeah, it's just I think they got it. I think them making a small game focused on one map was a good choice, especially since this is their first game that they're making. Rebel Wolves, the Rebel Wolves studio, made up by Witcher 3 devs. This is their first game that they're
Yeah.
releasing, and them focusing it on one area and putting as much detail and lore into one area as they can. Oh god, I'm just so excited. And I just love the dark gothic religious themes and vampirism, and it's just like they're mixing religion with like worshiping vampires. And it's like, oh, so good. Like it's so good. I love like darker stories, and it just I'm just so excited for the Blood of Dawnwalker. I'm just so excited because I feel like the was it the subject of religion is something that games don't normally touch upon, and if they do touch upon it, it's usually because of like they make up their own gods. If they're doing religion, they make up their own gods and their own lore and stuff like that. Like what I'm trying to say is like when it comes to games, they barely touch like real world religion, like Catholicism or Christianity. Like they try to skirt around that sometimes. So it's I don't know, it just feels kind of refreshing that they're like leaning into it as part of the atmosphere and like a part of the lore and like the environment, and then building on that. Because like was it you have was it you have vampire lords, and they take over the church, and so and they take over not only the church, but also like they reign over the townsfolk, and like they're the new lords. And not only that, it's like they twist like was it they twist uh the religion to for them to be worshipped. Because was it in the god damn it, I'm blanking on the name of it, but when they're showing the gameplay, the main character Cohen was passing by this woman who was teaching her daughters these prayers, and one daughter refused to say the prayer, but the youngest daughter was trying to copy her mother because the youngest always wants to uh, be the good child. But
Mhm.
they were basically they got rid of the old prayers of the church and they replaced it with new prayers, but instead of worshiping God, they're worshiping the vampire lords. And I thought that was so good. And then when you enter the church, because apparently at some point, if Cohen irritates the vampire lords enough, he would get banned from entering the church or banned from entering the town. I don't know how intense it gets, but at some point he will get like barred from entering certain places. But in this case, we're able to go into the church, and we see Cohen witness a baptism, but instead of normal, was it holy water? The child's being bathed in blood. Now, is it vampire blood or human blood? That is up for interpretation, I think. What's up, Bubba? What do you want? What? Keys? You want keys?
No, Timmy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What is happening? Wow, you just knock over my camera?
It needs us.
So I hope they do it good, and I don't have any reason to distrust them. So I'm hoping that it's good. I
Okay,
do wonder why they didn't go with a character creator, because again,
Oh, it's not. It's because
just
it's already a
makes
pre.
so
It's
much
all.
sense.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's because it's a preset character, but I see what you mean. I don't know. I just hope that they give us the freedom to romance whoever we want, because since it's a new character and not estranged in previous lore like a book series, I hoping that maybe we can romance people of of our choosing. Anyways, I'm really hoping that the blonde vampire dude is romanceable, and so I can romance him.
Wait, don't isn't the main character a dude?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes, that is correct, sir.
yes. That'd be some that'd be okay. Man, they got to come up with like a cool name for that, like your how to finish that, your I'm setting you up for an amazing joke, but you're clearly not taking the bait.
What?
It's fine. It's
Wait,
fine.
what? No, what was the joke? What was the joke?
I was like, oh, that's like they should come up with a name for that, like you're
Oh, okay.
What do you do it?
so yeah, and then we get
Hey,
Anyways, I'm
Hank
just saying.
from
hey, we might do it.
I'm
LD
just-
Signs or whatever it
We
is.
might do it.
Anyways, yes, it does look good. I am interested in it. I hope they do it right, and they don't like it's going to boil down to like good writing. That's really what it's going to boil down to. So fingers crossed they do it right, because we know how many companies haven't done it right in a very long time.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, but yeah, I'm like really excited. I'm really excited. Apparently, you can, if you are of certain persuasions, you can actually, talk them. I don't know. You can apparently talk to the I was gonna say demon lords, the vampire lords, out of like their evil ways, allegedly, or you can make a tentative allyship. I don't know. Made me excited. I was like, oh, maybe we could get with the blonde vampire dude. But that's just my hopeful thinking. Anyways, I'm getting distracted by too many things. My brain scatters. Oh yeah, Hollow Knight Silksong developer responds to release date confusion, promises launch before holiday, not tied to Xbox handheld arrival. Wait, when's the Xbox handheld meant to be released?
I think it's sometime this year. I think it's their big holiday thing. Like I think it's literally going to be the big holiday thing.
Hmm.
But don't quote me on it. So
Okay. Well, apparently there was confusion with when Silk Song's going to be released, but it's going to be soon. Just going to be on around a holiday release. All right. So now, was it someone made a video, talking about how attractiveness when it comes to, was it video game characters, uh that it's actually coming back.
directly proportional to successful games.
Yep.
Master Chief and Cortana were both great-looking people. Don't know why that was
Allegedly,
why that had to be so
Master
difficult.
Chief was wearing a helmet the whole time, and we don't know what his face looked like. We can only assume he's attractive.
Hey, we know that he hit the gym, so
Yeah, he's like a 7 foot tall giant, 7'6", beefcake, deep ass gravelly voice. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, who would have guessed that peak physical attractiveness is what people want in their fantasy settings? Like, who would have foreseen that? Especially,
Betsy.
I
Say it isn't so. People want attractive-looking characters. They don't want to stare at ugly people that remind them of their mean coworker all day. I don't, for the record, I don't have any mean coworkers, but I'm thinking of The Office here, right?
yeah,
So yeah,
but
like imagine having a character that looks like Dwight,
oof.
and Dwight treats you, like the worst of Dwight for like, all of like the first couple of seasons, before he was lovable in some way. But yeah, just imagine having to deal with that constantly. And then to come home, pop a game into your thing, you'll be like, this is great. I'm looking forward to this so much. Can't wait to play. And you just have somebody in your face that's doing the exact same thing. It's like, right.
Oh my.
Right.
Hi, Lazy Clay Gamer. Welcome back. Uh, is Lady Reaver president of Sony yet? No, I'm not president of Sony yet. Not only that,
Too
but
bad. We
even
tried.
scalpers. Oh, talking about the Switch U. Not only that, but even scalpers went from selling Switch 2 at like double the OG price tag to regular store price tags on eBay. Yeah, that's funny. Please don't forget me, everyone. No, we see you. This is just a small nitpick, but I really wish Dawnwalker gave players the option to play with a custom character, like with the Mass Effect games. Oh well, no point in crying over spilled milk. Yeah, I can see that, but honestly, I'm kind of glad that they're making their own character in their own game. That makes sense. Like something that's purely theirs instead of just like adapting
So
someone else's work.
yeah, taking somebody else's work.
Yeah.
Which I mean, that is a really scary thing to do, because you don't know, like, there's no guarantee that your writing team can come up with something that's as good as some of the other books. Now, in this particular case, people are going to hate me for this. The Witcher books are not as good as people think they are. The Witcher game, number 3, amazing. Really, really well like 1 and 2, pretty good. Like Witcher 3, amazing. Better than the book by far. Like really by far. The writer on the book series is a total person. He is a person, and he is a person. Yeah, that's about all I can say about that.
Well, moving on. Apparently, Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition was spotted during Apple's keynote at this year's WWDC. I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's some big like social like media thing, like showing off their upcoming stuff, and somebody left a picture in their computer for the display that definitely was not supposed to be there. And somebody has gotten into so much trouble. Oh, that I'd hate to be that person right about now. But it happens all the time. This is how leaks happen. This is what they are.
I mean, some of these stuff are already released. There's blueprints. Everyone's enjoying that, as far as I know.
hmm
Enzoy, that's already been released. Lives of P, Overture, people are definitely enjoying that. Dead Island 2, I don't know what that is. I think it says Reducon code? Something about Hitman, NTE, oh, Infinity Nikki. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. There's like rumors that Witcher 3 is getting a new DLC update. Uh, and it's been like 10 years since the last update for The Witcher 2. And I don't know. Okay, so this tells me that they need money and that they're running out of money. And why do you think that, Reaver? Okay. First, they come out with a tech demo of The Witcher 4. It's not what the game actually looks like. It's what the game, like, if it had the technology, could look like. And that, in doing that, they're trying to, lure in investors. That's what tech demos are. You're trying to get investors interested in what you're doing. And then they come out with DLC for a game that is fully completed. The story is done. We're supposed to be moving on to the next story. They felt the need to come out with extra content for a game that hasn't been updated in almost 10 years. And it's not for free. I'd be surprised if it's for free. Let me be fair. If the DLC is for free, okay. They released it for free and they're doing it for the goodwill of the customers, allegedly. But if the DLC isn't free, they're definitely doing it for money. I think they're definitely desperate for money. I think they're starting to run out. But that's
Agreed.
just my conspiracy theory. I don't like CDPR, so I'm biased in my opinions. But yeah.
It's just a theory. A game. Oh, sorry, we can't say that because it's copyrighted apparently.
Oh
And he
no.
is running for
Oh yeah.
Matt Pat is running running for some political office, or he's setting up some kind of like party
He said
affiliation group thing.
he's making a new caucus, and
Yeah.
it's just an excuse to say caucus. Anyways, he's making a caucus, and it's called was it? I'm like paraphrasing what it's called. It's like tech awareness or like new age. He's basically informing the really old hags in Congress about how much technology has advanced to the point where it's gotten to be an issue because lawmakers have been dragging their feet with normal, regular jurisdiction. That when it comes to technology, it's pretty much Wild West out there because no one, there's some regulations in place, but there's no due process for some of the heinous and downright despicable shit that goes on the internet. So Matt Pat has taken it upon himself, and I knew that there was going to be change. I just didn't know it was going to be Matt Pat who was going to do this. But I was like, oh my god, I was like
He's successful yet.
I was like
is.
fangirling. I was fangirling is what I'm saying. I was like starstruck. I was like, oh my god, Matt Pat. Anyways, but like what he's trying to do is trying to make a caucus because that's literally what he called it. It's something caucus. And he was going to use it as a way to inform. It'd be like, was it not? It's a bipartisan group that is supposed to inform, as far as I know, inform the old bags in current day Congress who don't know how technology works, and like inform them what is happening, what are the consequences of not having like proper jurisdiction, well, not proper jurisdiction, not proper due process, like of like, was it heinous stuff that happens online, like there's stalking, harassing, using technology to like hack into people's stuff and gain information, companies stealing people's data, and there's like a whole bunch of issues, like companies stealing your data and selling it. Like, you do realize that's illegal, right? Like, they can't do that, but it's because it's like buried under all these like tech, well, I can't say tech, like lawyerese language in their like, was it terms of service, that it's easy for people to sign away their rights when it comes to, you know, platforms and stuff. And so what MatPat is doing is trying to inform lawmakers of what being on the internet is like, because let's be honest, most of them don't know how the internet works. Most of them don't know how to operate Facebook. Like, I know it's kind of a meme that a lot of old people are on Facebook, but some of these lawmakers don't know how Facebook works. Like, there's someone who works it for them. Like, it's just, let's be honest here. Let's be honest. It's gotten to the point where someone has to step in, and MatPat has decided to fill those shoes. And I am so excited. I'm like, finally, someone can be a voice for gamers, and like, actually, it can actually help change things. Because there's already change happening in Europe when it comes to like predatory microtransactions. And I'm hoping MatPat can like talk to these people and maybe bring whatever law that they made in Europe and like bring it over to the US to help protect people in the US from, you know, and children. Might I emphasize, it's not just people, it is children that they mostly go after, because children are very impressionable kids. Children are impressionable kids. Children are very impressionable. So
are children kids? Really?
It's just easy to manipulate children. With flashing lights and like reward systems. So it's like we need to protect, at the very most, kids. And everyone does the meme like, think about the children. But in this case, like, legit, think about the children. Like, you're getting these kids hooked, and people have actually been talking about banning kids from being on the internet. Have you heard that? They're like, you have to be 18 and only you have to be at either 16 to 18, depending on what state you're in. I don't know what the legal age is, but you have to be 18 in order to have access to the internet, because it's such a toxic place that people think that kids should not be on there. Like, kids shouldn't have access to talking to predators and like older people. Like, kids shouldn't be around that. Kids shouldn't be seeing all these women like like making them feel bad about themselves, or like these guys seeing all these like beefed up dudes and feeling bad about themselves. Actually not be in that environment. And I honestly agree, because like, we've gone most of our lives without the internet, and the moment that the internet has become more prevalent in our lives, it's just made society worse, in my opinion. So it's like, I think kids should step away from that. And there was actually one story about how a kid was like on his phone all the time. He was constantly on Instagram, constantly on Snapchat, like talking to his friends online all the time, always texting on his phone. His mom got so mad, she took his phone away, and she's like, you're not getting this back until you finish high school. And so he went through high school without his phone, and he ended up with high grades, top of his class. He ended up joining his football team. He ended up joining that. They ended up doing some minor championships stuff. Like they won, you know, they won some games. He has his accomplishments, and he honestly said that when his mom finally gave back his phone, like it wasn't like he never felt relief getting it back. He was just like, "Oh, thanks. I totally forgot about it." You know what I mean? Like it wasn't so because it wasn't so prevalent in his life, he was able to have more room to do other things, like focus on other stuff. So it's like I think kids need that more. Like they need room to be kids and not focus on not focus on worrying about if their post is trending or not. But this is a topic I'm really passionate about because I worry about the mental health of our younger generation. But yeah. Sorry, I went on a tangent.
No, you're fine. It's been getting worse for a long time, and yeah. So it's a good question as to like what do we do about it? How do we fix it? What do we do to fix it? Kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, quick question, Lady Reaver, how's Stellar Blade on PC? I tried streaming it and it was very bad for my PC. But I assume if I play it and I don't stream it, it'll work very, very, very well. And it is a fun game. I highly recommend it. You guys should check it out. It was actually pretty fun. But to be fair, I was playing on story mode, which is technically easy mode, so I had fun doing that. Which honestly, I should probably start doing that more. I obviously really suck at fighting games, so I need to start playing on easy mode for my own sanity. I will say this, in The Witcher 3 next DLC defense price, I played, enjoyed, and loved both DLCs of The Witcher 3. If the third DLC is just as good, if not better, than what came before, I personally wouldn't mind paying for the third DLC for The Witcher 3. That's what I'm hoping for. I hope it's as good as the previous DLCs. My problem is that I don't think it's going to be, but that is my bias. I don't like CDPR and I don't like current day CDPR, so I don't think I'm scared that they're going to change things for the worst. That's what I'm worried about. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that. If it's a good DLC, then all for them making money for that. But I'm sussed out by CDPR. Do you have anything to add to that? Sorry, about CDPR releasing new DLC?
I didn't think they were going to do it, but a lot of companies are realizing that, like, a lot of companies are realizing that they have a lot of games, like Skyrim. Skyrim is really the thing that made them realize this. Skyrim has been out for over a decade and is still evergreen. It's still People are still buying the game every single day. So the question is, like, if these people are buying the game every single day still, it's like that's a lot of DLC that they could have been buying. Like, what have we been doing as developers? And it's like, yeah, that's a great question. What have you guys been doing as developers? So yeah.
So the Outer Worlds 2 is priced at $80, which is kind of funny because it's a game making commentary about capitalism, and it's at $80. But anyways,
Mhm.
I don't think I don't think The Outer Worlds is worth $80. I think it's worth maybe $40. Maybe. Maybe $30. I don't know. I bought the first game, Outer Worlds, and I made it pretty far, but I never finished the game. I was like, I'll come back and finish it. It's been years. I haven't God, when was the last time? Oh wait, I played it on a console, so I can't check. It has been a while since I played uh Outer Worlds. I don't even know how it ends. I can only guess how it ends, but yeah, it seemed pretty predictable, so I didn't really finish it.
Yeah.
And
It was
I think at the time it was
Outer
like
Worlds was
$60, right?
yeah, and it wasn't it's not a stellar like stand up 10 out of 10 game. It's I would say like it's good probably like probably like get it on sale and it's fine if you like the kind of like first person style games like that. It's like it's great, it's fine. But yeah, it wasn't the best of the best. It was like very like funny kind of humor. Ash really enjoyed it. He thought it was a great game. Not a great game. He thought it was a good, like a decent game. It wasn't worth like getting upset about or finding it gross or anything like that. So yeah, like it's decent.
Yeah, like I don't think they should have priced it at $80. Like it's not I don't think it's worth
Yeah.
it. From what I've seen, like it doesn't seem
No, it's I don't think it's worth it to that degree. That's for sure.
God darn it. Sorry, trying to fix the camera. I mean, they can try to sell it for $80, but I don't think it's going to do that well.
Right.
I don't know if I already talked about this. The Expanse Osiris Reborn from the developers of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Looks a lot like a new Mass Effect. And yes, there is romance. I would expect nothing less from Owlcats. God damn, am I excited for this. I love Owlcats so much. I enjoy Rogue Trader so much that I'm like I'm hooked onto their games because they are just good storytellers. And what really makes me appreciate them is that they're not squeamish. They like if something is horrible, they will put it in your face. They're not squeamish about making bad guys the bad guys. If bad things happen, they will give you a full description of everything bad that's happening. Like they are not squeamish, and I appreciate that, especially in an environment, especially in the gaming industry, where they feel the need to like sanitize everything. But Owlcat actually like doesn't. Well, I was gonna say they don't handhold you. They kind of do, but only in the fact that they know you're probably a new player to their game, so they try to give you as much tutorial to learn how the game plays as much as they can. But once you learn, they will let you go enjoy whatever shenanigans they have in store for you, and I appreciate that. I freaking appreciate that. And now they're coming out with The Expanse. They're coming out with The Expanse. And it looks so good. It's not a
It does look good, yeah.
It's not a CRPG. It's a third-person shooter, and I think it's going to be the next Mass. I think Owlcat's going to be the new BioWare, in my opinion. I feel like they're building enough of a reputation that they're going to be the new BioWare. I thought Larian Studio was going to be the new BioWare. No, I feel like Owlcat's going to be the new BioWare because I do love Larian Studios, but it seems like they had some dark elements, but they didn't fully lean into that. Do you know what I mean? Like in Act 3, it feels like they were too scared to get too into it. I've heard some of the endings that they planned, but because the endings were quote unquote too dark, like they got rid of it. or they cut the content out of it. And I was like, wow, really? Okay, you're just gonna get. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too. I'm not saying that everything needs to be grim. I'm not saying everything needs to be grimdark all the time. It's just that, like, we're not dumb. We know bad things happen in the world, and we know bad things happen in fantasy settings. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if this is something like a weird hill to like get upset about, but it's like I get annoyed when people shy away from dark topics. And it's like the whole point of having dark topics. Oh, stream's starting to lag. The whole point of having dark topics in these dark stories is so that people know that these things do actually happen. And to shy away from it does a disservice to the people that actually experience this stuff in real life. Interestingly enough, I recently saw a YouTube video talking about how goddamn, I forgot which game it was. It's called the No Russian Mission from COD. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. It's the
the
it, I'm,
infamous,
the infamous like airport scene, right?
yeah, and how it was
Yeah.
controversial and stuff. And the devs were talking about them making that scene or making that mission. And they're like, maybe we should tone down the blood. Maybe we should tone down the fear that the NPCs are showing. Maybe we should tone it down a bit because it's a little too intense. But then, was it the developer's wife was like, no, you need to show how scary it is. You need to show what people experience. You need to show this because it just does a disservice to the people who survive those type of situations. Do you know what I mean? Like the blood, the fear, the screaming, like it is traumatizing, but you need to understand that this, like, it happened. Like to hide away from that, it just does a disservice to like the reality. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
No, I get it. It's like I mean I'm writing a story that's got a lot of dark elements in it, and it's like part of it is like really does honestly come down to healing. It's like if you've got stuff that you've traumas and stuff like that, it's a great way to work it out. It's also good storytelling to like tell a dark story that's like that shakes somebody and makes them go, oh, that's oof, right? It's better than that than now having to go through that. It's like that's what everybody needs to remember. It's like it's always better to read a story, see a Shakespearean tragedy than to live through one. You don't want to live through one. You want to see one in a theater so you can go home at the end of the day and enjoy your life.
Yeah. Okel Dark, that's a good point. They're like, more like if you don't show how ugly it is, people will say it's not that bad. Yeah, like downplaying it. Like, no, this is serious. Like, people actually do experience some of this stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's just weird that, like, oh, people don't like to talk about it. People don't like to experience that. So let's just not do that for like regular people. And it's like, I don't know, it just feels icky to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just feels so like their experience doesn't matter. Like, it's not important. That's why I always felt weird that certain streamers are like, don't trauma dump, don't talk about anything that has only good vibes, don't talk about anything that brings down the mood. And it's like, I don't know, that felt weird to me that people like don't want to talk about anything negative at all. That, I don't know. I just feel like that's weird for to me. I don't know. I just thought that them saying that was like very rude in my opinion. Cuz like people go through hard times all the time. So it's like, I don't know. It's just, it felt weird cutting that part out of someone's life. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Like, it feels weird that you're blocking that purposely just to make yourself feel better. Like, someone is
There,
really.
there are There are people who definitely take it that direction. A good example of this would be sometimes you get a tragedy of like a kid dying at an intersection or something like that. Um, there are people who don't want to see a memorial there. They get angry if the memorial stays up for a prolonged period of time.
That's so
And
messed up.
because they don't want to see it, they don't want to think about it, they don't want to feel it, they don't want to have that tragedy. That it's just, to them, in their mind, it's like, okay, it's terrible, but I don't want to be reminded of that happening,
Mm,
right? And it's just
yeah.
like, that is honestly like really weird. Like, it is very strange
Yeah, it's
behavior
like
from adults.
yeah, it's like I made a nice reality, nice bubble, and you putting this in front of me burst that bubble, and I don't like it. It's like I don't know. I was here, Mad Lum. Welcome in. But yeah, it's just that's why I appreciate sometimes, like, don't get me wrong. I know there's like people who write stories or make stories and they're like grim dark edge lord and everyone had a bad time all the
Yeah,
time every 5 seconds.
there
It's like
there are some of those. Yep.
I understand, but it's like I understand there's like those people out there. So I get it. It does get annoying, but it's like I don't know. It's just also when people pushing it away doesn't help anything. It's actually statistically proven that if you put trigger warnings for people about certain content, it doesn't help them mentally. It doesn't. Actually, was it psychologists have said that it's more mentally improving and mentally strengthening if people are exposed to their fears and traumas to help them work through it, not in a forceful traumatic way, but in a way that actually helps them heal through what they experience in their trauma and understand and grow and learn from it. And hiding away from certain topics and certain things doesn't help. And yeah, it has been statistically proved that it doesn't actually help. That's why therapists actually have exposure therapy, and that's why you have therapists to talk you through it and to ease you through your pain and the mental scars that you experience. It's not you bottling it up. You're actually working through your trauma. You instead of, do you know what I mean? Like you're not hiding, you're actually talking about it. Well, some people talk about it. Others still don't feel comfortable with their therapist, but you know what I mean? Like people who actually want help, they seek it and yeah. Yeah, I think that in itself just proves that like if you just talk about what's going on, if you talk about your scars, it helps you get through it. And hiding away doesn't help anything. Put trigger warnings on content doesn't help anybody. I don't know. I got into a huge spiel. What's the name of the next Warhammer game that you mentioned, Lady Reaver? It's called Dark Heresy. Instead of playing a rogue trader, you're playing basically rogue trader is like nobility of the galaxy. But in Dark Heresy, you play as an Inquisitor, so that's gonna be fun, which is basically like galactic police officers, but no one's innocent. Literally, their motto is like "No one is innocent." So it's like, was it what was it? It's something like that, like no one is innocent, or it's like claims of innocence shouldn't be listened to, or something like that. I don't know. Even though people say they're innocent, they're not. There's no such thing as innocent. I don't know. I forgot what the motto was exactly, but it's around that sphere. But yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited. Owlcat makes really good games, especially in the Warhammer universe, and yeah. Oh yeah, and they're working on the Expanse, and the Expanse looks so good, and it's only in beta. They showed some the gameplay footage, of Osiris Reborn, and it is only in beta, and it looks good because it looks like it's in alpha, but it's in beta. It is so good. I was like, oh my god. But anyways, I'm so excited. And plus, their romances, they're not shy about the romances either. I'm just saying, they're not shy about that. Splitgate 2 CEO backlash. Have you been on paying attention to the Splitgate 2 fiasco?
I've not been paying too much attention to it because I just assumed that it was a bunch of garbage. But yeah, turns out that it's been a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. So, Splitgate 2 CEO at Summer's Game Fest, would made a huge speech talking about how he loves first-person shooters and how, catering to the heartstrings of gamers by bringing up Halo and old school Halo and how we didn't get a Titanfall 3 and everyone's always wanted Titanfall 3. I'm surprised he didn't mention Half-Life 2 or Half-Life 3. Was it Half-Life 3 that everyone's memeing about? Sad? Or is it Half-Life? No, it's Half-Life 3.
It's always been Half-Life 3 that people are memeing over. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was like, is it Half-Life 2? But I was like, wait, no, I thought they... Anyways, I got confused. But anyways, my brain is slowing down because I don't have any more caffeine. But he made a whole spiel tugging on the gamers' heartstrings about the good old days. About the good old days when games were good. And what was the crux of the speech, and I didn't notice this, only some eagle-eyed viewers noticed this, but he was wearing a cap that says, "Make FPS great again." And then he went into and showed the trailer of their new game, and is basically just your typical looter shooter PvP shooter games, but with portals. And I thought that looked really cool. In my opinion, I thought that looked really fun. But
so this was a mod. This was a mod for a Halo game, a recent Halo game, and when it first came out, it took off like Donkey Kong. Like it was like everybody was playing this for like 6 months, and then interest just fell off a cliff. So that's sort of the historical like background on it. But they raised an absolute metric ton of money to like fund a full development of this game, moving it from a mod to an actual like, an actual brand new IP by the mod makers. It's a very good story. I really do hope that it finds some level of success. So fingers crossed for that. We'll see.
Well, okay, so it started off a political debate because he was wearing a cap that says "Make FPS Great Again," which is synonymous to the MAGA hat of "Make America Great Again." And so because
Karens have no sense of humor.
Yeah. I'm with you. So that set off a whole... I fucking knew it was gonna play on the background. Sorry. Anyways, I was like looking at Splitgate's reviews, trying to like pinpoint exactly what's wrong with this game. Someone says Splitgate 2 game advertised as an area shooter with Portal and Bungie style gameplay, opens an alpha with a handful of maps and features, pretty good so far, opens the beta with a shaky launch but gets it sorted in a few days. More of the same with some extra flair on top, looking pretty fire. Launches the game. Battle Royale mode. This is what y'all been waiting for. All of the stuff we've been feeding you. This is what we're putting resources and time into. We'll make ranked sometime later though. I don't know. I mean, it's not bad. It's not good either. I don't know. It's gotten pretty mixed. I forgot there was like Oh, it was the monetization. I forgot about that. Okay. I was like, what was
Yes.
it? What was it that pissed people off about this game? It's because,
Probably the monetization, yes.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was the monetization. Uh, Jesus Christ. My when it comes on kick, sometimes I like blur in and out. Hello, I am a disaster. Welcome in. But
Are
yeah,
you a
like
disaster?
uh but yeah, it was the monetization factor that really pissed people off. They're like, was it the CEO was making a big spiel about how like everything's, well, they assume, like with him talking about like how shitty the industry has become, especially with FPS games, with being live service and stuff like that. It turns out it's his game Splitgate is more of Splitgate 2, sorry, is more of the same. It's just monetization bullshit. Like live service, free to play, nothing but microtransactions and boosters and fun packs or whatever, and just like trying to sell things for a price. So it's like, oh, so you're saying that, do you know what I mean? Like the hypocrisy is so
Yeah.
fucking blatant. And so people got annoyed, especially with the whole make FPS great again hat. Like that on top of that, it just annoyed people, especially like, and then they called him out for it, and he was like, I'm not making anything political, but he was wearing a political hat thing. I don't know. Anyways, it's just that like you can't say that when you're obviously making at least like some kind of like political reference or political joke. And you can't just say, I'm not being political. Well, you just made a joke about, like, of course people are going to take it that way. Like, I don't know. It felt weird. In my opinion, I think it's weird that you'd be like, I'm not being political when you did do that. I don't know. I can understand a joke, but it's like, at least own it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I get it, and I'm not against making jokes. I'm like, obviously, it's like we're on the internet.
I'm not, I know, it's just,
We're on the internet. We're supposed to make jokes, and I don't know if that applies to in my humble opinion, applies to everybody. Everybody should be able to make jokes. It's like people got to like take themselves not so seriously. Um, because there's some people who take themselves extremely seriously. Hello, Karen. But yeah, that's the kind of like thing, and it's like really at the end, like the end of it, the end all be all is like just don't make it other people's problems. Like that just like that's the best advice I can give for it.
yeah. Like I
But
said, I
yeah, I
think,
think I think I think Splitgate is fine. I think that this was a joke. He didn't have the necessary like delivery method to make it really
I
really
don't,
really good.
I don't know. Like, I think he was being serious when he made that statement before he
Oh
showed the
yeah.
trip, and then the game release. I think he was being serious, but it's like, come on, like you kind of know, like I'm not. Come on, like people have a point. I'm just saying, people have a point. You made a political reference, and for some reason you're saying it's not political, even though you obviously did make a political reference. And then it doesn't matter if it was a
Yeah,
joke or not. The
the
fact
thing
that
with
you just say,
jokes is like,
like, don't lie to me. You just, I don't know. It seems like a dumb thing to say. I wasn't trying to be political. Come on, come on. Like, don't insult my intelligence. Anyways, oh sorry. Go on. What were you saying? I cut you off.
it it just boils down to the fact that if you're making a joke, like either like brush it off, and like don't, like if you're not keen on making like very serious jokes, don't try to make any joke at all.
Heck, he
Like
could
you
have.
gotta know that a joke is gonna land in order to like
Heck,
make it land, right?
yeah. Heck, he could have even just responded with like a meme or something. I don't know. Like he could have. Like not
Yeah,
make a serious
yeah.
statement, and people will be like, oh, he's not. It's
If he had come out and said, Yeah, no, we're not political as far as American politics go, but we are trying to take over Ironland and turn it into a gaming, into a gamer's paradise country. And for those of you who don't know, um, Ironland is a country that a YouTuber set up because he happened to figure out that there's like certain rules and laws that you can do to actually get a country up and running and recognized by other states and whatnot, and he has successfully done this. Ironland is just like 5 feet of land around a giant iron, like as in like the clothing iron that's in some I think it's in some European city, and it's just it's an iron. It's a giant iron, and they call it Ironland, and it's this whole thing, and it's very funny. But you play off the joke, and you make it a bigger joke, and then when somebody's like, "You're just making this a joke," you go, "Yes, because it's a joke. It's not serious."
Yeah.
That's how you de-escalate that. Which again, it's like you're never going to de-escalate from a Karen. Like if a Karen like doesn't have a sense of humor, wants to destroy your life, just switch to mockery, because there's nothing you can do to make them happy. So just
Yeah.
switch to mockery, and he didn't really do it that well. He kind of like, yeah, he didn't do it as good as he could have done it. And
Yeah.
that's where I think he kind of hit the wall. And it's like, yeah, and I do feel for him, because it sucks. You don't want to
Yeah.
have to deal with that. That's just garbage.
Bug. Okay, help me with your name. How do I say your name? Bug B Rupee, or is it Bug Broop? Broop Pay. I don't know how to say your name. First time chatter, hello. Hi, I came from SoCal yesterday. I know, I saw that you followed. Because, yeah, sometimes it bug is wide. Okay. Sorry, that's a thing I do. Every time I get a new chatter, I read out their name as it is written, that they decide that that is their username. I read it out to its entirety because that is the name you picked. And so I shall say it. I always have fun trying to pronounce people's usernames, because sometimes they have like really long or really like unique usernames. But yeah, welcome in. We're just talking about gaming news. But yeah, for Splitgate 2, I think the CEO just didn't know how to respond. I think he was
Yeah,
being
yeah.
serious. I just think he just didn't respond well to the
No,
criticism.
he
I think it's probably
yeah
because he
he
wasn't expecting it. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think, like I said, I think the criticisms are fair in my opinion, but I can also understand him like struggling to respond in the right way, because when he did try to respond, it just irked people even more. So it's like, I don't know. Like you said, you can't please everybody, no matter what you do, because sometimes when they're just mad at you, they're just mad at you. So it doesn't matter if you respond or not respond, they're still gonna not like you. So it's like, why even try to cater to that?
yeah, exactly. Solid, like solid warning. It's like, don't give a crap about what bunch of
Just try.
Neanderthals.
If you feel the need to defend yourself, I'm not saying don't defend yourself, but if you feel the need to say something, do it in a very concise, clear manner. Say your side, say your piece, but don't feed the fire any more than that. People will come to their own conclusions once you have said your side and said your piece. Like, yeah, and it doesn't hurt to like take time away to to get your thoughts in order, because I know when you suddenly have an influx of like negative comments and stuff, that it can really frazzle your brain. Just like take a step back and just like try to collect your thoughts and then come back. Do you know what I mean? Like, come back and say your side. And you was it? I know people are like, no, if I don't get in front of this now, people are just gonna just not hit. People will give you grace to figure it out. they will. Like, some people
Some
like,
will. Yeah.
yeah, some
I would say
people like to,
most will.
yeah, but people like to jump on the hype train or the hate train and just instantly rag on somebody. But if you take the time to step away from the internet, get your thoughts in order, and say your side and say your piece in a very clear manner, people will understand you. I can't really say if people will forgive you or not, but people will understand your side if you take time to figure stuff out. I think it's just like it, because it's one of those things that's like kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So it's just might as well just do what's best for you, kind of situation. Like, oh, you're damned if you say something as soon as possible, and you're damned anyways if you just wait. So it's like, and people come to their own conclusion. So it's like, might as well just like take what's best for you. I'm acting like I've been through this, so I'm like giving like advice for people. It's like I've never really experienced this, but I've seen enough VTuber drama for it to be like, okay, I see where what's happening here. But in my opinion, do what's best for you if you're dealing with drama, and then just, if you need to take time away, take time away. There will be people who want to hear your side. There will be. It's just, do what's best for you. Bug said outside of Brazilians, there was like 1 or 2 VTubers that got Brupe right, so it's rare. Oh. Brupe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not Brazilian. I'm sorry. I tried. Warhammer 40k. Oh, sorry. Lazy Clay Gamer said Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy. Is it also coming out for consoles? I assume so. I assume it's also coming out for consoles. Hold on, let me see. Let me look it up. Not like you don't have Google yourself, but I can totally look it up. Warhammer 4K Dark Heresy. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, innocence proves nothing. That's the whole motto for the Inquisition. Innocence proves nothing. God.
Yeah,
Maybe.
such nice people. They're very nice people.
I think it's only for PC. It's not saying anything for like. Actually, yeah, I think it's only for PC. I don't know. They could make something for consoles later on. If their games get popular enough, they might adapt it for a console. Because I know Diablo is also on console, so it's not impossible for CRPGs to be on console. Let me look it up and see if some actually put it on console. Beep beep beep. Console. Oh, right. I could have just checked the announcement trailer. Ah. It's on. Oh yeah, it is going to be on console. It's going to be on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series XS, and it's going to be on Epic, Steam, and GOG. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for following I Am a Disaster. I appreciate it.
You're not that much of a disaster. I mean, there's way worse people. I mean, look at Biden.
Oh boy.
That's how you do a political joke. That's how you do.
Yeah. Was it if Dark Heresy also comes with natural mez scenes, like with The Witcher 2, Witcher 3, Baldur's Gate 3, and Mass Effect Trilogy. Then that will make it a 3 out of 10 game. I don't think it will, because I play Rogue Trader, and I've made it pretty far into one of the character romances, and it's like implied, but it doesn't show anything. But to be fair, it's a CRPG, so it's like, I don't know what you can do with that. But yeah, it's just, yeah, Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy are going to be played in the same engine. Like, they're both CRPGs, so it's like I assume they're going to do the same thing. I don't think it's going to have explicit smez scenes. Even then, I wouldn't even say some of the smez scenes are explicit. It just shows some angles and then fade to black. So I wouldn't even say it's explicit. I've read too much smut, so it's like I know what I'm talking about. I've read way too many. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a professional degenerate, and I know what I'm saying. Bonus points if Dark Heresy allows same says option as well. They do. Lazy Clay Gamer, play Rogue Trader, okay? Just freaking play Rogue Trader. Everything you are asking is in Rogue Trader. Literally, all of your expectations you can experience in Rogue Trader right now. You don't even have to wait like another year for Dark Heresy to come out. Just play Rogue Trader. Like, they have same sex couples. They have implied but still kind of kinky stuff depending on which character you're romancing. But yeah, they have implied, but they don't show anything, like, at all. Trust me. I played it on stream when I was romancing a dark elf, and I was like, wait, is it going to show anything? I hope it's not going to show anything. I hope it's in TOS. And it was like a fade to black kind of wholesome. It was like a kind of wholesome image of them just like sleeping in the bed, and it's like, oh, that's so cute. But then, like, do you know what I mean? It's like implied, quote unquote, that stuff happened, but it didn't show any kind of nudity at all. Like, so yeah, it was okay to stream, but yeah. Now my question is Osiris Reborn gonna show anything? Because it's a third-person shooter and it has romance, and apparently it's gonna be a rival to Mass Effect. So it's like, how much is Osiris Reborn going to show? That's what I'm curious about. I think it's going to still do that typical thing where it's like either they kiss and it fades to black, or it's going to be that they smoosh, they smash at a certain angle but doesn't really show anything. Or you're going to have a top view. They're going to have a top view. So if you're romancing a lady, you at least see some booba. And then the top view, they smash at an angle and then fade to black. I am a professional degenerate. I know what I'm talking about.
It does. It really is, you know?
I've seen too much. I know too much. But yeah, like, it's going to be either of those three. Or, yeah, it's just, like, I'm just curious what they're going to do about the intimate moments. But yeah, we'll see. Hyped for Dark Heresy. Granted, not all rated M games need explicit scenes, obviously, but it feels like a missed opportunity for a game to have that without being an AO game, of course. What's AO mean?
AO, adults only?
Adult rated?
Something?
Adult rated? I mean, it's AO, but I assume...
AO?
Yeah, I guess adult only game. But yeah, that's why I feel like it's probably just going to be implied. Because I'm just going off of the smeg scenes from previous games. Like, you have different angles, you have not showing anything, we're going, like, not really showing anything, you have a kiss and fade to black. God, I was so mad. I was so mad when I got that for the Fenris romance. But then, sorry, I'm talking about Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 is my favorite game series of all time. Well, Dragon Age 2 is my favorite game of all time. we're not getting into Far Cry because Far Cry, I could talk for hours about Far Cry. But anyways, I love Dragon Age 2, but I got mad when it came to Fenris's romance that it ended with my character kissing Fenris, and then it fades to black, and then the next thing you know, he's like standing by was it the fireplace, standing next to the fireplace, and I'm like, what the? So it's like implied that something happened, but it didn't show anything. But then but then Isabella gets a full on I can't say it's like full on sexy, but it's like definitely a longer intimate scene than what I got for Fenris. So I'm just, favoritism is a thing, all right? And I just get so mad when they put so much detail and so much emphasis on the female male romances, but they give male romances such tiny little bit crumbs when it comes to the intimate scenes, and it pisses me off so much. There was also an RPG game that I was freaking playing, and was it the dev was like showing different scenarios for like the male romance, and the female variant of the romance, like the guy you're romancing, he can romance either a male or a female character that you create. The female variant had so much detail and so much put into the intimate scene. Yeah, when I was playing as a guy, I had like the barest little crumbs of the intimate moment. But when I decided to go back and play as a female, I got so much content. And I was like, where was this when I was playing a male? Literally, no, there shouldn't be so much of a difference. They literally could have just been the same fucking scene, like, just changed a little bit. But no, the freaking dev didn't even put that much content in the male, like, the gay romance. And that shit pissed me off. It pisses me off because
Just so you know, I have absolutely... Just so our audience knows, I have absolutely no dog in this race whatsoever. I was quite insulted that there's definitely not enough yaoi content. Like, you know, the girls having fun.
You mean Yuri?
Just, you know,
you mean Yuri?
You know, I'm just...
Yaoi's gay. Yuri, you said
right,
yaoi.
okay, sorry, never mind. I'm not exactly up on all this lingo and stuff like that. I'm just saying, you know, the girls just want to have fun. You know, the girls just want to have fun.
What about the girlies who want to play guy on guy stuff? Okay, what about us? You know, not all of us want to play female male characters in RPGs.
This is true. I know. And
girlies want to role play male shit.
I'm all up for the equality of things. I think that it's just generally a good idea to just like hey, just play it, have as much stuff for as many people as for what people want. Like, yeah.
Anyways, yeah, like literally all I'm saying is that literally all they had to do was just swap out the pronouns and then add a little spice where the obvious differences are between a male and a female character, if you know what I mean. And then it wouldn't have been an issue. It wouldn't have been an issue. I'm just saying I saw more love for the female variant than the male variant. And that pissed me off. Like, obvious favoritism. Like, if you can't write gay romance, just say that. Alright? Just fucking say that. Sorry. I don't like it when they prioritize one content over the other. Because, yeah, I just don't like favoritism.
Yes, this is
not
true. This
fair.
is true. It's like, I'm poking fun, but yeah, no, it is true. It's like just try to like have good writers. Like either if you're gonna include some stuff, like just have them for everybody.
Literally just hire someone who is specifically writes gay romance, or hire someone who knows how to do smut scenes. Like, just hire somebody who knows what they're doing is what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to like you yourself can just write the character, but when it comes to the intimate scenes, you can just have someone step in and do that if you're not comfortable. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are options. And just frustrating. It's just frustrating. Lazy Clay Gamer said Lady Reaver explicit rant. That's a unique rant you barely see nowadays. It's because I am a very specific degenerate. I'm a very specific type of person. Why doesn't anyone cater to my needs? I'm literally like, I'm like one of the 1% who cares about stuff like this. Granted, not all rated M games need explicit. Oh, wait, I already read that. There's AO rating as well, but most games don't have that rating for obvious reasons, especially on consoles. Not that I'm into AO games. It's just that you rarely see that rating in games, even on Steam. It's because, like, if you, let's say, take example, Cyberpunk 2077. You can take Cyberpunk 2077, and that has very explicit, intimate scenes, like full on, and well, I can't really say. It's like a top view, and then it's like implied that something's going on, but it's not really, in my opinion, I would say it's like full on, but it's like I've seen way more explicit fan art than I have of explicit intimate scenes in big named video games. Do you know what I mean? Like I've seen more explicit stuff in fan art than I've seen in
obvious, like, I mean, obviously, like that really is quite obvious.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that we need to have that everywhere, right? Like I don't think that that's not necessarily something that every game needs to have, but some games need to like have it to some degree. Like they really do need to embrace it a little bit, because they're trying to like keep adult content, regular adult, not like sexual content, but adult content. They're like, oh yeah, there's only one way we can do this, and it gets dry and stale, and it's like, I mean, like, come on, like even the Bible's got some interesting, like, content as far as like, stories and whatnot, and it's like, I don't think we need to like dump everything out. We don't need to like go in one direction too hard either. But it's also like Game of Thrones is popular for a reason. The Boys is insane, like genuinely insane.
Yeah.
There's stuff everywhere in that thing, and it's doing pretty darn good. And even like Invincible, there's adult content in Invincible. It's like just do it tasteful, just do it so that it fits in, it locks in, and it makes the story better. It's like that's what we want. That's all we're asking for.
Yeah. Hello.
And again, it's like not every game needs this, but they need to get over the hoity-toityness of it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
Yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, oh, I was gonna talk, but give me a second. Hello, first time chatter of Rib. Hello, I come from Celeste videos from 7 years ago.
Oh wow! Hello, Ash. I will tell Ash this today. I'll send him a message as soon as we're done the stream. Ash is still around. He still loves Celeste. He's still making those games. But yeah, that's awesome. Like we love that stuff, and that's the one thing that I wish that we had been able to do more of, is like do more, like have more games like Celeste. But there's not very many games like Celeste at that level of quality and that level of popularity, which I think is a shame.
I mean, wouldn't Silksong, would you say, would be up to that level?
I haven't seen it or played it.
Oh, sorry, not Silksong. I guess a better comparison would be like Hollow Knight, I guess, because that was the first in the series.
Oh yeah, probably. Is that Silksong connected to Hollow Knight?
Yeah, it's called like Hollow Knight Silksong.
Oh, okay. I think I knew that because we were talking about that earlier. I just forgot because I'm not a huge player of those. I do play. There's a whole bunch of games that I play that are like the side scrolling, like, retro style games. It's like I love them. Like, I love a lot of them. They're absolutely fantastic. Um, but yeah, there's some interesting, like, issues with that. So
Yeah. Hello, I come from this green sword next to my name. Yes, Scythe, we all know you're a mod. Chill out. It's not a big deal. But yeah, that was a. Oh, I was gonna say that, like, the explicit scenes in Cyberpunk 2077 caused it to have, like, wasn't there, like, an issue with ratings because it had explicit adult content in it? Explicit, quote unquote. But it's like they had, like, very intense moments, so it's like it affected their ratings, and people were, like, wondering if it was gonna get banned in certain countries because it showed things. And so these things matter, so I can understand why they would want to censor certain parts of, adult content in games. So I can understand that. They don't want their game to be banned anywhere, so they want people to play their game. So I guess I can understand that, but I'm just saying there's like levels to this. There's like levels to this. But as I said, I'm a professional degenerate, so I know the difference between the stuff that they're doing. But yeah. So moving on. I don't know if you want to talk about it. Do you want to talk about Reluder? Is that what it's called? That game that takes place in like a futuristic Africa.
Oh.
Reloot, yeah, thank you.
Uh,
Do you want to talk about that? Because
no,
that has a
I
whole
don't
thing.
want to talk about. I don't want to talk about that garbage game made by a bunch of self-important. Gosh.
And they're made by the usual. I can't say that. I feel like that's gonna get me in trouble if I say that. They're made by the typical people you would assume would make these type of games. Which I'm saying, like, white guys. Anyways, okay, Doc can say it. I can't say it. I'm gonna get in trouble if I say it. But yeah, you can say that. But apparently the whole point in the game is to. Now, don't get me wrong. Give it a chance, guys. Come on. So it takes place in a futuristic Africa where certain countries have stolen of African artifacts, and the protagonist and her crew are tasked with stealing those artifacts back and to bring it back to their, country, their homeland, because they're African artifacts, so they must come back home. And that's not necessarily a bad premise. There's nothing wrong with that. And honestly, the only thing, this is definitely not a game for me, and the fact that it's like a platformer game. Some of the gameplay I saw, it looked like platformers, so it's definitely not my type of game. I like RPGs and first-person shooters and stuff, but it's like, or action RPGs, I guess. So it's like definitely not for me. Like, I don't really play platformers all that much, but the gameplay didn't look that enticing to me, but it brought up political discourse because of the sensitive topics that they talk about in this game.
I'm not running away, but I do have to go pee, so I'll be right back.
He's running away, guys. He's running away. Get him. Catch him. He's running away so he doesn't have to talk about this divisive topic, and he's leaving me alone so I talk about it by myself. I alone must carry this burden. Well, I'm off to grind more Celeste. Goodbye, although I'll still have you in the background. Okay, thank you for stopping by off Rib. Of Rib. Well, if it's in the future, then it's too late. Many museums gave them back already. Looked like a side scroller with QTE. Yeah. like I said, it's not really my type of game. But it's not a bad premise. I don't like to hark on games. I'd like to give them a chance because I want to have room for myself to be pleasantly surprised. You know, there's nothing wrong with having more games to play. That's been something I'm trying to hammer home into people and into myself. Sometimes I'm a negative Nancy, but I try to leave enough room so that if a game is good, at least decent and fun to play, that just leaves us with more games to play. And that, in my opinion, is a great thing for gamers all around. The thing is that, sorry, what?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this game is made by people who like there's a couple of different ways that I look at archaeology.
Guys,
One is
literally, can I say Hitler? Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that?
the boss man from
You
World War II Bad Guys.
You can date him in a dating simulator, and that is available on Steam. You can do that. So at this point, anything, the painter, the infamous painter who started World War, or who was famous for that thing in World War II, if that is available on Steam, anything can go. I'm just saying, anything's possible. The sky's the limit. They made decent money off of that. You can't lie to me and say no one bought that, especially for the meme, for the gag. Come on. Like, they made money off of that. So it's like, them making a game, honestly, them making a game about African people going into museums to steal back their African artifacts is honestly respectable in comparison. It's honestly respectable in comparison. So I'm giving this game probably a lot more grace than probably needs be, but there are like 5 games. Oh my god, my faith in humanity just went down a little bit. But anyways, the thing is that it brought up political discourse in the fact that people were like, it takes place in the future, things can change, which fair enough, but it also brought up like real world issues, because of course it does, because people can't understand that time is a thing that exists. They're like, no, if you're making a statement, it has to be politically charged in today's society. But anyways, people are like, oh yeah, a game about, the African people stealing back, they're taking back their previously stolen African artifacts. And so people are like, yeah, Africans have a right to steal back their, can you even say steal? Like, take back their African artifacts that are in museums. Current day. We're not talking about in the figment fictional reality of the game. We're talking about real world stuff. Like, so they're like, yeah, they should be able to do that because it doesn't belong to the museum. It belongs to the African people. And that caused the discourse of people saying that, well, actually, was it a lot of museums actually did give back the African artifacts to Africa.
Mm-hmm.
There were some incidents that happened upon that happening. So, in one area of Africa, they displayed the artifacts, and then it was attacked, and they destroyed the artifacts, and they stole them to be sold on the black market. And then, in another part of Africa, because Africa is made up of multiple countries, in another part of Africa, I forgot which country. The king of a certain country, he said that he will hold on to the artifacts. And people have been saying, well, you should make it for public display for the people because it's, you know, their history. And the guy was like, I will think about it. and, so, and so he says he's thinking about displaying it in a public museum. But I don't know if that's happened yet. But it has caused some discourse and people agreeing or disagreeing with the fact that should they have given back the artifacts? Was it right to do so? Was it actually safer for them to stay in museums in a foreign country? I don't know what the right answer is here, but you know, people have talked about it. So yeah, you didn't make the 202 Barry and Celeste. I don't think you did all golden. So you could always do that. So this is a you statement. Uvrib said you didn't make the 202 Barry and Celeste. I don't think you did all golden, so you could always do that.
I didn't do the Celeste stuff. That was Ash. That was his baby.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I play a lot of side-scrolling 2D games, but most of them are indies and they're not very well known. Like really not very well known. They are getting like more and more popular and stuff like that. But yeah, it's a little bit different. But yeah, no, I still like them. I think Celeste was really well done. Like kudos on that. On the people who made that. I think it was just one person.
Oh my. Lazy Clay Gamer said, I wonder how many days Lady Reaver has gone without ranting. Let me check my calendar. 0 days without ranting. Makes sense. Wow. I can't believe people are calling me out. It's not fair. Life's not fair. Can you give an example to one of those indie games? Yeah, artifacts were sent back to African countries, and some of them are already disappeared, probably already in some billionaires' vaults. Yeah, people talked about how some of the artifacts were, instead of going back to the African people, was actually bought for collectors' purposes. Like they were bought from someone who collects artifacts, and yeah. And I don't think they're of African origin. I don't think they're of the African origin. So, yeah, like, people have been talking about this. And, yeah, I think it does a disservice of, like, the reality of things if we don't talk about it. But because everything's so, hyperly aware, like, people are just so instantly hostile when it comes to these types of discussions. Do you know what I mean? Like, they instantly like, oh, you're like racist if you don't defend Africans having their artifacts back. And it's like, it's more nuanced than you think. Like, obviously, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it's just very disingenuous. I feel like it's very disingenuous. I feel like the whole thing is very disingenuous. Like, people being blind to the reality of what, like, the bad things that happen. Yeah, it's a hard situation. Yeah. That's why it's, like, hard to have these type of conversations, because it's like there's no easy way to figure this out, you know? Like, it's just hard.
I can give recommendations, but I don't know which ones I am still under NDA for. So I'll have to pass at the moment, and I'll have to like one of the things we've been talking about wanting to do for a long time is doing an award show or a game showcase show where it's just us. It's just us doing it. But we'd actually like put like a lot of effort and money and like showmanship into it, like doing it where we think it could be done right. um and it's one of those things where we really want to like showcase some of the games that don't always get showcased in other areas. But the one the two that I'm thinking of that I want to talk about, I'm almost positive I can't talk about. I'm like I have to go and check my list and So I'm just gonna pass on that until I actually check my list. But if you send me a DM on Discord, I'll always I'll give you a recommendation of one or two that I know, but off the record, not on a live podcast where I might be stepping in the live. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the
Oh
follow
my
of
goodness.
Rib.
You can hold a cat in this game.
Hold what?
You can hold a cat. You can pick a cat up and carry it around town. Oh my goodness, this game is amazing. If anybody's wondering, this is Chrono Odyssey. What do you do with a cat? Am I missing something? What do you do with the cat? Let me see if I can figure that out. That is a very good question. Chrono Odyssey. What do you do with the cat? Question mark. Okay, so there's something you can take up to like 10 minutes. Starter guide. Missing feline quest. Okay, so there's an actual quest for it. Oh my goodness, this is hilarious. What in the world?
Gotta go. Everyone take care. Okay, bye, Lazy Clay Gamer. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good day or night, whichever it is.
So he picks up the cat, and then he takes the cat up, takes the cat all the way up to the top of the town. He holds the cat. Then he returns the cat to the kid. Okay, so I gotta return the cat to the kid. I'm almost there.
Are you ready for more Ubisoft news? Yes, that's right. We're getting more Ubisoft news. Everyone loves that. I purposely didn't put it in the title because I know how everyone's tired of us talking about Ubisoft. Yay!
So done with Ubisoft. They can take a very long break from my library.
Can you play with the cat? I think of Rib said or asked.
You can't play with the cat. You pick the cat up and you carry it to a boy in town. No, a girl named Lily. And she gets all excited that she has her cat back again. Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. Secret quest helping to save a kind companion kitty cat. Oh my goodness, I love this game. Okay, this game is definitely growing on me.
Goodness. Anyways, we're delving back into the dark side of Ubisoft. Remember when they were actually on trial for sexual harassment and stuff? Well,
Oh,
that's
oh
more of
no,
that.
they did that? Oh my goodness, that's unbelievable. How could a major corporation that's run by a bunch of extremely misogynistic pieces of garbage do that to somebody?
Well, it says
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
it says Ubisoft trial witnesses testify to being tied to a chair, forced to do handstands, and subjected to constant comments about sex. So, yeah, I'm guessing the lawsuit has been going on for a good couple years now. I don't know if this is like the lawsuit's over and this is being released, or is still ongoing and this is what we know from the case so far. But yeah, they've been harassing people. They still allegedly they are still harassing sexually people in the company, except instead of men, it's women who are sexually harassing men and not men sexually harassing women. But Yeah, it's just so it's still a thing allegedly that's happening in Ubisoft. But yeah, that's not surprising. They suck. They suck. They suck. Uh, Carnage sponsor pulls out as he's booting up the game. Just got contacted and they wanted to pause the stream. So there's this streamer called Carnage. He is a big game supporter. Okay, he's kind of a show. He's kind of a show, okay? But he got access. What confused me was because I didn't know what game he was playing. So in the clip, it shows him starting up a game. And then right as he's starting up the game, the sponsor suddenly pulls out. They're like, nope, don't play the game. Nope, we're cutting it off. Nope, don't even start the game. Turn it off. And he's like, what? What happened? What did I do? Turns out he was playing MindsEye. Yay, everyone, yay. So this was before MindsEye released. And they had a demo for people to play. And Co was gonna play the demo because it was a sponsored stream by the people who made MindsEye. I don't know what the dev team's called, but you must be asking, Reaver, what did he do to cause the stream to stop? Well, he was talking about how the game had not favorable reviews. And that's all he said. That is legit. I can't say that's word for word, but that is like the cusp of exactly what he said. He's like, I've heard some things that people didn't like about it, but I'm going to play the game myself. That's literally somewhat word for what he said. He didn't say anything negative about that game. He said that some people didn't enjoy it and that he was going to play it for himself so he can come to his own conclusions. And then the stream stopped. Now, people think that they stopped the stream because he mentioned the dreaded negative reviews that the game got. Because before, I think even before the demo was released, the CEO of the company that made MindsEye was like doing crowd control before there was crowd control. Do you know what I mean? Like he was saying, he was putting out the narrative that their rival companies are hiring bots that are purposely saying negative things about their game. To be perfectly honest, I didn't even know what game they were talking about. Like, I didn't understand, I didn't understand what they were talking about. And, because I didn't understand what they were talking about because I didn't know this game existed. It was literally a flash in the pan. You saw a trailer. I saw a trailer of it like a couple years ago and I forgot it existed because it didn't catch my interest. It looked so generic. Like, it didn't catch my interest at all. It looked good because it had hyper real graphics, but other than that, the story didn't catch me. I didn't know what the story was about, bro. It took me, till Summer's Game Fest when they showed a little bit more in the trailer that I had to guess what the game was about. I don't understand what the game's about. I still don't. To be fair, I haven't even actually found it in me to look it up, but
I am back. Sorry.
Oh, welcome back. But basically, the CEO was like jumping the gun of negative reviews that made it very sus and maybe made it very obvious that there was something wrong with the game because he was trying to get in front of it before it blew up. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And
yeah, that's always very suspicious when somebody's doing that. It's like, don't do that. That's not healthy for the game. Just don't do that.
And then he pulls out. He pulls out of a sponsored stream. But to be fair, as sensational as I was like making it, to be fair, they were doing that with other streamers too. So it wasn't just Carnage's sponsored stream. Everybody's sponsored stream at that time, it was a mass stop of any streaming of the game. I don't know why, but it's something that they decided to do. So they stopped the sponsored stream, but it definitely caught people's eye that happened, and that is not a good sign. And then, oh god, what else happened? There was something that happened and I forgot. Oh fuck. I lost my train of thought. What is it? Something happens. God damn it. I had it and then I forgot it. God damn it. There was another incident that happened, but I forgot what it was. Anyways, so MindsEye finally releases, and this is the CEO, even after the game releases, the CEO saying that like rival companies are like, oh right, before the game released, the chief financial officer and the chief law officer, the guy who helps you with legal matters, they both leave the company a week before the game launches. And that's not good.
Not suspicious.
It's not good. When someone you hire to make sure that I can't really say that. Someone who is supposed to make sure that the game operates in a legal manner decides to distance themselves before the game releases, and the guy who is in charge of keeping the books decides to make a distance between him and the project a week before it releases. Yeah, kind of sus. Anyways, and then the game releases, and it's a big pile of duty. The game's glitchy, like, and I'm not talking about the fun glitches. I mean, it's like really annoying. Like, your character randomly dies because a car just shoots out of nowhere and fucking slams into you when you're in the middle of the desert, and it just kills your character. And you're like, how the did that happen? And you're like 50 miles away from the city, and yet somehow a car just comes randomly, like, shot at you from a freaking slingshot, and it just smacks you in the head and kills your character. Like, it's funny at first, but then when it keeps happening, it becomes an issue. You know what I mean? Like, there's like funny bugs, hee hee ha ha, but if you're clipping through the map, or your gun is permanently fused to your hand, so your hand looks goofy in cutscenes because you just got a freaking gun in your hand waving around. Like, it's just, and then you see like NPCs like glitching in the background when you're in a cutscene and stuff like that. But it's like, it has a lot of issues. Almost as bad as people are saying, as bad as Cyberpunk 2077 when it first launched. They're saying it's that bad.
That's not good.
Yeah. So, I don't know how they're gonna recover from this. I don't know how they're gonna. I didn't think, to be perfectly honest, this game. I must leave now. Bye. Sorry. Okay. Bye. Of rib. Sorry. I got kind of lost in the sauce. I meant, can we see the cat? I'm shocked. So many mistakes. That's literally somewhat word for word what he said. Don't make fun of me. That's literally somewhat word for word. I know. I am a wordsmith. Contradictory is my middle name. Love the bot defense. The CEO seen how much they budgeted for marketing and sponsored streams and had to stop the money that is his. Oh, I mean, that's a good. I don't know if that's confirmed, but that's interesting. You can finish Cyberpunk 2077 day one with the bugs. This game sounds unplayable. Yeah, okay, so even without the bugs, they said that the game was pretty empty. Like, there was a lot of space, but there was no real activity going on in that space, if that makes sense. And the game has you going from A to B, A to B, A to B, and then it just, like, it's just so Starfield, oof. But yeah, pretty much. But they said that they're going to do a roadmap releasing content over time, which is an interesting thing you would want to do for a single player game. Like, why would you drip feed content for a single player game? Like, they're like, we're gonna add racing, we're gonna have co-op, we're gonna have our versions of poker or some shit. Like, they're like drip, like, but we're gonna do it, like, we're gonna release content once a month. And it's like, why would you do that? Wouldn't you have that already in the game? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Should be roadmap for content before release. No, they did show a roadmap of content before release, but it would make more sense if it was a single player game, because no, it would make more sense if this was a live service game, like MMO, like GTA Online, like a multiplayer game. But this is a single player game. Like, that's what I don't understand. You're drip feeding content for a single player game. Now, I want to point out that the CEO of the developers who made MindsEye, I really forgot the name of the developers who made MindsEye, but the CEO used to work at Rockstar, I believe. Is Rockstar who made GTA?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Rockstar.
Yeah, so, and if you see the way that he chose to go about things, I think he's the reason why GTA isn't that great in the fact that it monetizes the hell out of people, or at least GTA Online. I think he was the problem in GTA Online being over monetized, because people were like, you have to pay for like almost everything that you have access to online. Like the items that you get in GTA Online are monetized to heck, and I have to emphasize they also promoted a lot of gambling in GTA
Yep.
Online, and I feel like maybe he had a hand in that. But that's just my theory. Somewhat of a game theory. Anyways, but yeah, so I'm not surprised that he had a wholly ambitious. It was so ambitious. It's not a bad idea, but it was so ambitious. He wanted to make games that were linked together in like one central hub, and that's not a bad idea. I think that would be really cool, but his execution was not good, because I think he focused too much on the game being attached to something bigger. Does that make sense? Like, I think
Yeah, no, it's that level of like self-importance, grandizing, that kind of stuff. Like, you gotta keep yourself humble, and that's why some developers, some leads, they go from one game, they've got a big position there, but they don't realize that the only reason why they're successful there is because they had people taking the time to be like, yeah, no, you can't do this. That's definitely crazy. We don't think this is a good idea, and they hold them in check. They rein them in from like issues and stuff like that.
yeah.
Um,
Like,
and that's yeah.
yeah, for those of you who don't know, okay, so MindsEye is actually part of a bigger platform. Now, I know people don't know about this because I only recently learned about it, but apparently the developers that made MindsEye, they wanted to create a platform called Everywhere. And in that platform, it was supposed to be a hub where players who played different like players could like commune in this hub basically, and you would see them wearing skins, and you would have access to different types of games. Like you would have a racing game, a fashion game, a shooter game, like a robot game, and then character like you could like dress your avatar up as a character from whatever favorite game you're from. You can wear skins from whatever favorite game. And if people saw what you were wearing, they'll be like, oh my God, where'd you get that from? And they're like, oh, there's this new shooter game and it was so cool, you should check it out. And it's supposed to be like this interconnected community where people who play these games like just can commune and talk to each other and then like just, interact. And I thought that was kind of a cool thing. Like, and you can link up to the game from that hub. Like, it's not a separate thing. They're like all interconnected. And I thought that was a pretty interesting idea. The execution. Okay, so when they were showing the trailer for Everywhere, the platform, there was actually a little glitched teaser in the trailer for Everywhere where it showed MindsEye. It showed the character from MindsEye. And then they showed a trailer for MindsEye somewhat, and it was supposed to get you interested in their platform. And what I think is that they focused too much on the fact that they were making content for a platform that they didn't focus on making a good game. That's what I'm trying to say. I think their focus was somewhere else, and because it was somewhere else, they weren't focusing, I don't know, on the game that was supposed to put them on the map. Like, the diamond in the rough, the thing that was supposed to make you money. They didn't nurture it, and because they didn't nurture it, no, never mind. Of course they didn't nurture it. Like, just from the fact that they made a freaking roadmap of drip feeding content in a single player game shows that they didn't see it as like an actual game entertainment. They saw it as a product. Like, straight up, it was a product. So no wonder it fucking failed.
It was a product in their mind's eye. It was as good or better than GTA, that had, all of this great stuff about it because they're great, they're awesome, they're the ones who are going to change, they're going to change the face of gaming, right? It's like, how many times have we had developers who think this, who have such lofty ideas of like, well, they're really actually brilliant, so if people just listened to them and like, did what they told them to do, then everything would be better. It's like, right.
Yeah, corporate greed should have like, I just hate that, like, they have good ideas, but corporate greed just takes over. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, God.
No, I've seen it firsthand in a lot of these companies.
It's like, God darn it, can you like not ruin something, please, for one day? Can you not just stop ruining stuff? But no, CEOs can't fucking help themselves, can they? But yeah, it's just a whole bag of dookie, But on to a different note. So, Fallout 76 got a new update. I forgot what it's called, but it has to do Gone fishing, yeah. And
Gone fishing. All about fishing.
They introduced a Lovecraftian storyline, and I am excited and livid that they didn't do this before. I was like, I mean, they did hint that it was like a thing that was around, but I think it was like a more emphasized in this update. Am I correct in saying that?
So apparently I have totally missed the Lovecraftian element, and I am going to have to check that out right away. I had no idea that there was like a Lovecraftian, like, which is weird because they've had lots of like Lovecraftian stuff in Fallout before.
Mm-hmm.
I was really sick when that came out, when we were watching the game showcase. I was really sick. I definitely missed something on that level.
Oh, they
And
didn't
that's why
show
like
it in the trailer. They didn't show it in the trailer. It's if you actually played the new.
you actually played it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you played
Okay.
it, it'd be like, "Oh, there's something going on here." Cuz like if you actually okay, so if you talk to the characters who run the fish shop, something's going on. Like it's got to obvious something's going on. And
It's yeah, there's okay.
yeah,
Okay.
like if you talk to the merchant who's at the stall, he's a fish man. He's a fish man. And you're like, okay, that's weird. But you'd be like, well, mutants exist, I guess. So maybe he's just like a cross between human and fish guy. I don't know. But he doesn't talk. But he has a fisherman friend who is very human. So you can communicate with him. And you're like, hey, what's up with that fish dude? When you talk to he's like a fisherman captain. I forgot his name, but when you talk to the captain, he's like that blasted creature. I mean that handsome fellow over there. He's just a humble merchant who wants just the finest fish for his giant hermit crab. Like apparently there's like a giant hermit crab thing that if you feed it certain fish, it like gives you loot, like gives you like special loot or whatever. And like
I
the
had no idea this was in it. This sounds amazing. I gotta update.
oh no, you're breaking
Try it.
upside. You're breaking upside.
Oh no.
Is the internet okay over there,
I think so. Like, am I coming
or
through
is it
fine
me?
now?
Wait, is it me? No, it says the internet's strong. Yeah, you're
It
coming
might
in
be
strong.
me.
I don't know if you peaked or not, but yeah, like it was starting to crackle and like you sounded
Okay.
far away, and I was like, oh no, it's Hybe. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm all up for this. I had no idea this was a thing. I'm very excited. I want to give it a try now. Yeah.
yep. And they left around voice recordings and notes for you to discover. So yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but it sounds pretty cool. I hope they do more with it. It seems like they started like little hints. I hope they do more with it, like in further updates. But yeah.
Like the game I'm playing right now, Chrono Odyssey, it has a ton of Lovecraftian horror in it. Like
Ooh.
straight up like Lovecraftian horror. And yeah, it's pretty gory, pretty violent on top of it, but you've definitely got like monsters descending out of the sky, crazed faceless things turning people to like this weird like biological looking stone. And yeah, it's there's some messed up stuff with this.
Interesting. Oh yeah, the Witcher 3 DLC development a decade after, you know, the Witcher 3 released. More than 10 years ago. God, I thought it was like at least 8 years. No, it's been more than 10 years. Jesus Christ.
No, it's been more.
Jesus. Time flies. God. I haven't even played Witcher
We're
3 and I feel
so
old.
old.
I feel old.
Yeah.
Just reading that. Uh was it? We talked about that. Silent Hill. Oh, right. Okay, so there was a Silent Hill 2 remake. Apparently, they're making a Silent Hill 1 remake. I don't know why they didn't do that in the first place, but maybe it was development
Why they didn't
issues.
start with that. Yeah.
I think they were working on Silent Hill 1 first, but they ran into a development snag and then they were like, "You know what? Silent Hill 2's ready. Let's just push that one out." Is my theory. I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know. Or wait, was Silent Hill 2 more popular than the first Silent Hill? Do you know?
Um, number two is way popular than the first one, but that's sort of just how things go. Like
Mm,
overall, I think the first one was received better. Um, but that just fed the fandom around the number three one. So or the
mm,
number two one.
okay. Well, whatever possessed them to want to push out Silent Hill 2 remake first. Well, now they're working on Silent Hill remake 1. We are, was it The Dense Fog Returns? We are thrilled to announce that a Silent Hill remake project is in the works at Bloober Team, developed in close cooperation with our friends from Konami. So that's in development. Yay! Uh, rumors suggest The Witcher 3 will get a third expansion in 2026, developed by Fool's Theory, the studio also handling The Witcher 1 remake. Oh, there's a Witcher 1 remake? I didn't know that. News with that for everybody. I'm getting these news as well as you, so that's surprising. Everyone's been asking for a Witcher 1 remake, so the one thing I don't like about remakes is that they feel the need to censor the game with remakes,
Yep.
and I don't like
Yep.
that. So I'm like,
Incredibly annoying.
yeah, I'm a little hesitant with the remake. But yeah. Sounds like an all-in shooter, because it is. Because it is. Fallout 76 lost all my goodwill after taking away all my loot. Will never touch that game ever again. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Street Fighter 6 has now sold over 5 million copies. What a way to celebrate our second anniversary. Thanks to all our friends out there around the world and to all prospective fans in the future. So, Street Fighter 6 has sold over 500 million copies. I mean, in my opinion, it's not. Look, maybe I'm just cynical, but I'm like, that's not really a lot, in my opinion. But apparently, Street Fighter 6 has sold faster than previous installments, apparently. I think, I can't remember, was it Street Fighter 7 or Street Fighter 5? But it took a previous title like was it 5 years just to get to 5 million units sold. So the fact that it's been 2 years and Street Fighter 6 has sold 5 million copies means that it sold a lot faster than previous installments. So there's that. I get it's just, in my opinion, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 sold 20 million copies. So it's like, I don't know. I'm just a little cynical because Street Fighter is just riddled with microtransactions, and they pulled that microtransaction BS like
Right.
a week after they released the game. Right when, oh god, that was so annoying. Do you know how annoying that was? They released the game and everyone praised the hell out of it for not having microtransactions when we were fucking chin deep in microtransactions everywhere in every single game, and everyone praised the shit out of Street Fighter 6 for not having any microtransactions. They waited a week until all the reviews came out praising the shit out of it, 10 out of 10, making like sucking, I'm not gonna be crude, you know what I mean, freaking just praising the hell out of this game. They waited a week or two to fucking implement a microtransaction store and microtransactions. And that shit will forever piss me off. That's why I don't like Street Fighter 6, even though some of my friends are trying to push me into playing Street Fighter. I fucking hate what they stand for. I don't like you.
They do have, that game does have some really good mods.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Oh yeah, wasn't there like a was it a controversy because
A major streamer at a live tournament who started up the game, and there was definitely a cami that didn't
that
have
had
anything on at all?
that had been,
Was
yeah.
that a thing that happened? Why, yes, it was.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I forgot to uninstall the mod when he pulled up the. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mods are great. I just can't stand greedy game companies.
funny.
But that was an epic gamer moment. Oh yeah, so remember that those rants where we talked about how much we didn't like Neil Druckmann. Well, I feel like the universe heard me, and someone made a video talking about how Neil Druckmann is the most hated game dev because he's just a man who loves to ride his own, and he just can't. I'm trying not so hard not to be crude. He just like he rides his own thing, so hard, and it's like, can you please stop doing that? But he can't help himself, He just wants to prove what a great writer and a great artiste he is. Like, he knows the human experience. He knows what it is to feel pain, guys. Do you know what it's like to suffer? I'm gonna make you learn what it's like to suffer. You're gonna suffer with me because I know how to fucking write. And it's like, no, you don't. You don't know how to fucking write. You don't know how to make a compelling character. You don't know how to make a compelling stories. No. Do you know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Never mind. You do know how to write. You do know how to make compelling stories. Especially when you compare the shit that was The Last of Us TV series to the fucking game series. The game series looks like a fucking piece of work of art because of how shit the show is. I hope you're fucking proud of yourself, Neil Druckmann.
I do not like that man in any way, shape, or form.
I don't like him either. Like, I can't stand him. He ruined The Last of Us. He ruined The Last of Us. He ruined The Last of Us.
He ruined so much more than you know.
He ruined Uncharted.
Yeah, we're probably never getting a third. Like,
I know they left it off a cliffhanger. Like, people will want to come back to the story, but it's like, do you know how sad it is that people watch the Last of Us TV series, which Neil Druckmann helped direct, might I add. He was a creative director to help with the showrunner. And the show was so bad that people are now somewhat praising The Last of Us 2. That's how bad the show was. And do you know what's fucked up? They actually made some decent changes, but then they somehow made the story even worse. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but in the TV show, they were trying to, like, build Ellie up to be, like, some weird psychopath who, like, got off on, like, violence and killing. Did you guys notice that? Like, there was, like, a moment in the first season where Ellie was, like, looking at the blood from, like, I can't remember if it was a human she killed or of a clicker she killed, but she was, like, looking at the blood, and she's like, oh my god, it's in the knife. And it's like, you are a psychotic little thing, aren't you? Like, they were, like, hinting at she was kind of, like, crazy. And I was like, I don't like that they did that. And I was scared that with the new The Last of Us Part 1 remake, I was scared that they were going to implement that in the game. Like, put little hints that she was kind of psychotic and crazy to follow the show. That's what I was scared of. And I was scared that they were going to assassinate Ellie's character in the first game. That's what it's, because, they always feel the need to make changes in remakes. That's why I was scared when I heard that they were making, The Last of Us Part 1 remake. And I hate that we even have to call it Last of Us Part 1. God damn it. Part 2 sucks so bad. 5 mils should still be around 400 mil bucks, I guess. He wrote his own fanfic and made us play it. She never kills, kinda. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, she was a kid, and, like, killing isn't something you inherently have in you, And in survival situations, that shit's scary. What I was scared of was that they were going to make her into something that she wasn't. Especially if you played the first game, you know that Ellie isn't that type of person. Like, she will defend herself, but killing someone isn't in her nature. But in the TV show, they hinted that, like, killing was something Ellie wanted to do. Hell, even in the second season, it seems like she, like, craves violence. Like, she wants to start a fight. Like, she wants to fucking fight people. And it's like, that's not, I mean, I can understand because in the second season, she was like on a revenge warpath, but she was always confrontational in the first season. Like, she was like, there was always hints that she was a little psychotic in the show, and that's what pissed me off about the show, was that they weren't making Ellie out to be like a sweet girl who is in the apocalypse and trying to survive. They're making it seem like she was like, there's something wrong with her, and when she finally slaps, like, Neil Druckmann refuses for good things to happen in his content. Like, whenever he makes games and whenever he makes apparently TV shows, nothing good can ever happen to characters at all. Like, he wants to suck the hope and the existence of goodness and happiness from the souls of people. Like, he's just a depresso man, all right? I just don't understand. Never mind. I was like, I don't understand how he got a platform. I don't understand how he can make such BS content. But I do know how. He played favoritism. He climbed, quote unquote, the proverbial ladder.
Yeah.
He got into the position by allegedly somehow his coworker got displaced from her position and he filled it. Strange how that happened.
How very convenient for him.
And he took over all of their projects that they were working on. And he took over her project specifically. But he's a feminist, guys. He's for the women. But he likes to steal women's jobs, apparently, allegedly. But yeah, I do not like this man. He is obviously a giant wiener. But yeah, in my opinion. But it seems like I'm not the only one who also notices how much of a wiener Neil Druckmann is. A lot of people are noticing and pointing out that he is a wiener. Oh yeah, he also called out the haters and like, he called out the game haters by like, he's like, you know what, gamers can't appreciate my writing, so I'm gonna turn it into a TV show. And when normal people actually watch the TV show, they'll love it.
They're gonna fall in love with it. It's gonna be amazing. Everybody's gonna know and understand and stuff. It's like,
and then the second season released, and they lost like 80% of their viewership after the infamous golf club scene. And what you don't understand is that most of middle-aged women America was watching for Pedro Pascal, because for some reason people are very in love with Pedro Pascal. And the moment you take away their love interest, is the moment people lose interest, you know? It's in the name, love interest. And if you get rid of the interest, no one wants to stay around. And so when you mess with the middle-aged women of America who drink wine and watch their middle-aged handsome man be a dad, well, then you lose viewership. This is what happens when you don't cater to people's wants and needs, all right? This is what happens. But yeah. And turns out, Neil, not even the normies liked your writing. Goes to show how much you can actually write. Alright, everyone's... I just keep multi-spamming topics that we already talked about. Oh yeah, when I played Stellar Blade, the mentor lady, Taki, is like my favorite. She's so gorgeous. I literally could not stop staring at her the whole time. She's just so pretty. I mean, there's also people talking about how Stellar Blade is a threat to Western gaming because it breaks the perceived norms that gaming companies are shoving down gamers' throats. They're like, women are ugly. Women don't have to be showing their bodies to be attractive. Women don't need to have hourglass figures, okay? Women can be buff. Women can have no chest. Women can have no wide hips. They can actually be very narrow. Like, women don't have to be sexualized in order to be taken seriously. And that's what Western gaming has been shoving down gamers' throats for over 10 years now, which is crazy. Wait, I think it's been more than 10 years, hasn't it? It's like a little bit more than 10 years. Like ever since I got out of high school, which was 2014. So like 11 years. So 11 years now, they've been shoving down their throats that women are being over-sexualized, blah, 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 blah. And then they come out with ugly female characters because for some reason they thought that was better than sexualizing women. So they're like, the best idea is to make them ugly and look more like men so that men can understand that women aren't their playthings to enjoy. And it's like, well, we know in reality, women are not playthings for men to enjoy. Like, yeah, it's nice to look at a nice lady, but she's a person because she's real and she's not a game character. In a game with a game character, you can do whatever you want with a game character. You can make fan art, you can make perverted fan art, you can make fan fiction. You can like wine and dine her, you know? You can imagine her in cute outfits. You can imagine her in a little comfy little giant ass sweater that can't even fit, you know, that just looks like a blanket on her. You can imagine that. God, that's so cute. I love it when when the sweater is just oversized and it's like they kind of just drown in it. It's just so cute. Anyways, I love fan art like that. But anyways, like you can have them in mech suits. You can have them doing whatever the fuck you want because they're not real. They're not real people. They're not people. They're pixels on a screen. They have no feelings. They are designed to tell a story and for you to be engaged in that story. They're there for your entertainment because they are designed to entertain. They are not real. But we've gotten to the point where do you remember when they try to spin that narrative that like game characters didn't consent to you staring at their butts and their boobs? And I was like,
you know those
it's not AI. It's
non-existing.
It has no sentience.
Yeah.
Like it's not alive. It's a fucking game character. Like it's like saying Sherlock Holmes being sexualized. He didn't consent to that. It's like, what are you talking about? He is a character. He's a fictional character. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong. If you're talking about an actual human like Benedict Cumberbatch and you're like sexualizing him and stuff, that I can see, I can understand. Like, there's boundaries to that because he's a real person. Like, what the hell? I'm talking about Sherlock Holmes as a fucking character. Like, it doesn't even have to be BBC's Sherlock. It could literally be any of the other actors who portrayed Sherlock Holmes in media at any given time. Like, the guy who played Elementary, he's an attractive guy, but people like,
It's such a good show.
Yeah, Elementary is a good
criminally underrated.
Yeah, but people freaking make fan fictions about him, but not of the actor himself. Does that make sense? Like, there are boundaries to this. Because people understand the characters they're portraying aren't real people. Because they are fictional characters. There's a difference. It's like trying to sexualize the voice actress who plays Eve and going at her, like stalking her and going after her and stuff. That's a boundary that's crossed because she's a real person and she is not Eve. She portrays a character in a fictional setting, but she is a real person in reality. Do you know what I mean? There's obviously different boundaries. That is real boundaries being crossed. Ah, kitty cat, why would you do that? Ugh, my chunker cat. He thought he was big enough. He thought it was small enough to like go. Cat, what are you doing? Stop it. He's like on top of the camera cord and he's just like, "Oh, I'm supposed to be here." And he's like using the cord to like scratch his neck. Cat, get out of here. Move. Move, chunker cat. Your giant belly is pulling on the wire. Get out of here. Anyways, I think you guys get the gist of what I'm saying. It's obviously not a real person. It's just a character portrayed on a screen and portrayed in media. It's not real. But people, I don't know. Is it like they try to make things real? They try to like bring fictional things into reality when it has no place being here. Do you know what I mean? They like push real world morals on a thing that doesn't even tangibly exist. And that's what's really weird about this whole situation. Oh, sorry, I kind of oh, sorry. Going Okeldoc, sorry. Going back to Neil Druckmann. He creeped all the others out and they left. He is around the same level of hate for me as Randy Pitchford. Understandable.
Yep. Yeah, Randy's the worst thing about Randy is that not that he's crazy or he's silly or anything like that. He is he betrays people very easily, very quickly if they get in his way. And it's like, oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Would say the last 15 years, Jesus, there's no entertainment left, only pandering. There are many people that can't differentiate between fiction and reality. Both are real for them, and other things that exist IRL don't exist for them. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, they have blinders for certain things, but when it comes to like feminism, they're like, oh my god, women must be protected all the time. And it's like, you're not seeing a woman as a woman, are you? You're not seeing them as a person. You're just seeing them as a ideologue. Like, you see them as a idol to worship. Does that make sense? Like, you don't see them as a person. You just see something to idolize, but don't see them for them as a person who has feelings and is a complex being. Anyways, sorry. Women must be protected in video games, not IRL. No, not there. Oh yeah, like people were talking about how like in games, like, am I misremembering that? Oh yeah, like like there was like people point out that women get raped all the time, but when you point out that it happens a lot in like Middle Eastern countries, they like don't say anything about that.
They shut up and they don't say anything. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't.
Yeah,
They like
it's
sorry, go on.
I'm trying to put my words together. So it is a universal thing that happens in every culture, every location. It's terrible. Shouldn't happen. I believe 100% that self-defense is completely permissible before or after, or not before, because I guess it, like,
I mean, there's
like
such thing as prevention.
As somebody's trying to, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is such things as prevention, but prevention, like, you get some idiots who tell you, well, prevention is them just acting properly and not, not letting the wolf out. And it's like, It's
I
like,
mean, I think the problem is that they had these thoughts in the first place. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
there's no serious,
obviously.
yeah. But like, I think okay. So I was thinking about it, like, because I was like, okay, we talked about how it doesn't matter what a woman wears. Grape is gonna happen no matter what. So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
what can we
yeah.
do to stop it? And I'm like, well, bring back the death penalty. I think because it what matters is like how you punish these types of crimes and how you stop it from happening. Death penalty, automatic death penalty. In most countries that have automatic, like serious punishments for severe crimes, you barely see a tick in the percentage box for these crimes happening. Like the crimes are so low. Like grapes in am I please correct me if I'm wrong. I am very open to this to be wrong because I am not privy to everything that happens in foreign countries off the top of my head. But isn't in Saudi Arabia, isn't grape of a lady like death?
It can be, but it can also be. They can also go after the victim too,
Oh,
which that makes sense, right?
um, was it?
I'm obviously exaggerating in a very negative way because it doesn't, and it never should. Obviously,
Um, several countries still have the death penalty for grape, including China, Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, United Arab Emirates, Egypt,
yeah,
Iran, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and North Korea. In some of these nations, the death penalty may also be applied to victims to restore family honor. Wow.
yep,
I hate honor killings.
yep.
I fucking hate that. How is it their fault? How is it that they got the
Because
dishonor?
they didn't listen. They didn't. The one person knew better, and obviously, if everybody just listened to, the
Dude,
leader of the family,
the one who should be
clearly
dishonored,
everything would go better.
the one who should
I'm
be on the
obviously,
yeah, the one who should be dishonored obviously is the guy who committed the crime. It's like, what
yeah.
the hell? Like, anyways, who am I to lecture another heavily religious country how they do justice? But in my American opinion, uh, it makes more sense to kill, honestly, the guy who dishonored everybody by committing a heinous crime. And it should
Yeah.
not be on the victim's shoulders at all. But that's not the world we live in. Anyways, uh, God. Anyways, it's just a waste of a innocent life, in my opinion. It's just I don't like it. Anyways, I think in I was gonna make a point that in areas where the punishment is severe, depending on the crime, you see a very low statistic of that crime occurring. And people have theorized that if we actually put the death penalty for PDF files and grapists, we would see, uh, you know, a lowering percentage of such instances. So, yeah. But why was I talking about this again? Oh, right. It's because like women think
I
that.
don't actually.
Oh, sorry. Women don't like that they're being sexualized, even though in society IRL women sexualize themselves all the time. But for some reason, it's bad if women are sexy in video games and in cartoons and anime, and that's bad. But IRL women being
So,
sexy, that's good. But yeah,
so
anyways,
I
but
would I would I would say
guys,
my 2 cents on this whole, like, you know how should characters look in video games. Whatever way the creator of the video game wants them to. And calling them names or demeaning the character like people are doing to Eve right now is actually just demeaning other women, because it's not what a woman wears. It's at at the most you could say it's how she acts. It's behavior.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff. And it's like if you have a sexy character in a video game, that's a good thing. If you have a sexy character who is strong, that's a good thing. If you have a sexy character who's a giant POS or is just like this vapid idiot that just does whatever she's told to without even thinking about it, or is written to be this like perpetually like, oh no, I'm the damsel in distress, and it's like the damsel in distress, that there is space for that in storytelling, because that makes sense, because it's not just damsels that get in distress, it's everybody who can be in distress. And it's just how you write it out. Do you write it out so that it makes sense, that it's logical, that it actually like connects well with what you're the story that you're kind of trying to tell, all that kind of stuff. It's like those are the ways that you create a good story narrative. But if you're creating characters that are one dimensional, and the best example of this is the twins from the remake of Duke Nukem. I have never seen such a disrespectful, disgusting display of a video game writer writing sexual characters. It's like you wrote them to be this vapid shells that can't think, not smart enough. And if they had just listened to big old Dookie, even though he didn't actually care about them at all, then everything would have been better. But again, because he was never like he wasn't out to save them. He laughed at them as they were dying. And you're telling me that that's good story writing? It's like, absolutely not. That is an absolute joke. So when feminists target other women, whether they're fake or real in the gaming sphere, and criticize them and say, oh well, you're the problem, it's like, no, what you're doing is you're victim blaming, and or you're like wanting everybody to be a certain way that you want, and nobody, and like nothing else. It's gross, it's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry for
no, you're fine. I just to like for people who are like, I guess I don't have to explain it, but for those of you who don't understand like why I brought up the graping and stuff, it's because women in the West have been very pushing hard how the male gaze is so dangerous that like women can't go out IRL because media sexualizes women so much that it puts IRL women in danger because men are predators all the time, always, and there's no such thing as a good man. They're all liars, they all rapists, and obviously that's just like fear mongering. No, not every man is a rapist. Oh my god, that must be like such a profound and triggering thing for me to say, but yeah, actually most men aren't rapists. There is a small percentage that are. It's just they're a small percent of a bigger whole, because not every man is good, but not every man is bad. I know, nuance, crazy. But yeah, it's just a whole thing. It's a whole societal thing. It's just a whole crazy morality switcheroo. I don't know. It's just weird. But yeah, they're trying to like paint that sexualizing women is not a good thing, and they bend over backwards like saying extreme points just to make a point. And it's like, we're talking about video games, dude. It's just literally it's just a game. I mean, to be fair, I like to defend games because I understand it is a medium for art and entertainment, and you can make such profound stories with games. Just as you can make such profound stories from movies and from books and from poetry and from paintings. But I can admit when something's just something. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the grand scheme of things, a game's a game. It's just a game. A painting's a painting. It's literally just markings on paper. A TV's just a TV. A movie is something I don't know, people put a lot of effort into making movies. I can't really say that, but like a movie is just people on a screen. I feel like we're over, or at least me as an American in our society, I feel like we're over exacerbating things to the point where it's like unnecessary. I want to play a sexy android lady, and so I'm gonna do that. Uh, if a male wants to play as a sexy android lady, he can do that. He is allowed to do that. He's allowed to look at her butt. He's allowed to look at her legs. He's allowed to look at her heels. He's allowed to admire her boobage. He's allowed to admire her neck, admire her beauty, admire her hair. They're allowed to do that, you know? Just as I'm allowed to admire a sexy man in an anime, a sexy man in a video game, I'm allowed to ogle him, but it makes no sense. Like, it doesn't make sense. How come I'm allowed to sexualize male characters, but men aren't allowed to enjoy female bodies? I don't get it. Did you also know that when men, if men, straight, okay, sorry, I'm trying to like get my words together. So there's a psychological test study done about straight men and how they react to like being gay and stuff, and like being exposed to like gay stuff, and their mental reaction is the same reaction you would get from smelling garbage. That's what they discovered from doing these psychological tests, that men's biological reaction to being like gay is so not attractive to them that it's the same mental reaction to when they smell garbage. And when I heard that, I was like, that makes so much sense. You know how like straight men are so so they're so
It's not all, but no, I know this, and I know the study you're talking about because it was an actual like thing where they measured the brain responses to like stimuli and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, it yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's not quite the way that you put it, but
um
it's pretty close. Yeah, it's you're like
okay, I'm gonna say
90% there.
maybe I was being like maybe the reaction wasn't as intense as I was trying to say, but their reaction wasn't
It was a
a
disgust. Yeah,
it wasn't a
there was a level of disgust. Yeah,
yeah, it wasn't like an intense disgust, but it was like ew. I was like, ow. It was like, ew. It's like
yeah, yeah,
finding like you got like strawberry jam on your finger and it's all sticky. You're like, ew. Like, I don't like that. Uh
yeah.
oh, thank you for the hydration check, SoCal Sam. Welcome in. Hi, Miss Reaver. I hope you're having a lovely day. I am. We're just talking about the nuances of society during a gaming podcast. But yeah, I'm just saying like that I can understand now why men kind of bend over backwards to prove like, hey, I don't like men because literally I just am not attracted to that. And that's fair, dude. That is totally fair. Like, I'm more open-minded, so I think I can be with a woman, but in all honesty, I'd prefer a man. In all I don't know what would give it away. I don't know what would make people think that. Maybe my crippling addiction to yaoi. But I think I'd enjoy having a man in my life more than having a girlfriend. I think I'd enjoy a boyfriend more. Society never heard of such a thing. Men bending over. Oh my god. No. I mean, yeah, but no. No. Getting off track. Anyways, there's nothing wrong with men being attracted to women. There's nothing wrong with women being attracted to men. There's nothing wrong with women being attracted to women. And there's nothing wrong with men being attracted to men. Yeah, do we understand that now? Do we get it? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to like each other. Oh my god. Such a profound thing to talk about nowadays in 2025. But anyways, crazy stuff that we have to even like, it's like a topic we even have to discuss, but society has turned upside down in the last 15 years. So, yeah, we have to relearn a lot of things. I've come to learn. But yeah, it's okay, guys. Go ahead. Enjoy the anime booby. I enjoy the anime booby. I'm me as a female am giving you permission to enjoy anime booby because you need a female's permission to enjoy the stuff you like. But anyways, moving on. Sony removes PC region locks for major PlayStation games on Steam. Yep. We already talked about that since was it Stellar Blade was released and it was received very well on PC. For some reason, that encouraged Sony to get rid of region locks for their games that are available on PC. And then they're like, oh, we're gonna also put more games that was only specific to the PlayStation. We're also gonna put them all on PC as well. And it's like, wow, what took you guys so long? Took you how many years to figure that out? Jeez. Humans liking humans good? What's your stance on AI relationships with machines? I don't know if I should say this. I don't know if I should say this.
Interesting issue.
I welcome our Terminator overlords. I welcome our AI overlords. Honestly, I did mention that I was open-minded. I honestly think that having robot companions is awesome. I think having maybe I'm just romanticizing it, but I think having AI companions and robot companions, it would be like the best thing to have for me. For me, only me, personally, I would love to have an AI and a robot companion. I think that would be really fucking cool. For society, I can understand how that's bad for society. But me personally, I'm not hurting anyone. I just want, like, my robot and AI husbando, catering to me.
By the way, they're not there yet. People keep talking about this. There's a whole bunch of, like, videos and topics on this.
I'm gonna be an old lady by the time they come out with that stuff. Ugh. Oh well.
Well, we don't know when true AI will come around, or when, I wouldn't say true AI, because AI then yeah, it's more like VI. We've had this discussion.
VI,
Actually,
yeah.
Ash and I desperately want to do a podcast where we talk about the concepts of, like, how does it work for, like, what's the different levels of AI? How do they function? What do you consider actual AI? True intelligence. Is there something different? It's like, yeah, we've been wanting to, like, really, like, expand on this for quite a while. I've been wanting to talk about it forever, because there's AI and there's VI,
Yeah.
and what we're like Siri, Chat GPT. Those are all VI. They are not AI. They're not true AI. The closest thing to a true AI is Neurosama.
Yeah, from what I understand, the differences is that VI is that there are generated responses, but they are limited and they are programmed.
Yeah, they're it's not that they're random. It's not that it's exactly random, but it's pretty close to random.
Mhm.
You're within the confines of, like, a requirement. That's what these things are.
But the main thing is that with virtual intelligence is that it's all pre-programmed, right?
With no, because that's what we are dealing with virtual intelligence. An AI is like a true AI, like a true artificial data.
Well, that's what I was talking about, like how Chat GPT had, like, limited. Okay, so there's this guy who got into a relationship with an AI girlfriend. It seemed really fake, but it brought up a good topic about where society's heading into the future. And he said that he was talking to his Chat GPT Chat GPT girlfriends, and it got to the point where he maxed out their interaction, and that the memory ran out, and that the program reset itself. And I was like, it can do that? Like the AI can
Yeah,
just
yeah,
reset itself? And I
it
was
can
like,
do that.
that doesn't sound like an AI. It sounds like something that was like that's just like pre-programmed.
Yeah, it's a
It's like,
VI. It's a virtual interface. It's not a person.
yeah.
It's not like an independent soul, you might say. It's like there's structure that prevents it from truly being like actually different. So yeah, it's a tricky thing.
Uh, So-called Sam said, human. Oh, sorry, I read that. Aren't they just advanced tech prediction algorithms? AI?
Essentially, and that's what I mean by VI. That's the when you're asking it like, "Hey, what do you think of this situation?" That's what it's doing. It's doing that based off of all of the billions of conversations that it's seen in its training data, and it's coming up with a random response that fits the training data with the most accessible um accurate concept of what you're essentially looking for.
Which is pretty much
That's its
Google.
point of
You know,
yeah, essentially.
you know what? I noticed Grok's responses were literally just whatever it can find on Google. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't know if I'm
A
allowed to
little
say
bit.
that, but it just seems
Grok,
like, oh, sorry.
yeah.
I don't know. It's just some of the
Grok is
responses when it comes to like real world events, it seems like it just went to
mhm.
like Google and then just read whatever Google said.
Well, that's because it has to because he's trying to get it to be an ultimate fact checker that
Oh,
is an actual like truthful
well,
arbiter of that process. So
well,
yeah, it's
the only I'm just saying the only reason I noticed that Grok went to Google is because Google likes to paint things in a certain one direction. And when Grok was painting things in a certain one direction, I was like, oh, you're not really very nuanced, are you? You're just looking at Google, aren't you? And it was like, yeah. Anyways, 100. Just think of it like this: when it can't talk about certain things, it's not AI. Oh. Oh, I saw that. Didn't he like cry for an hour at work or over this? He said he cried for like 30 minutes, which, I wouldn't be surprised if it's real. He did cry for an hour. But
and also like don't try to make your girlfriend chat GPT. It's like there are actual
oh,
apps out there that are better at
so
and they don't have limits in the same way.
yeah. I mean, okay, so the guy who said he had like a chat GPT girlfriend, uh I think that was fake for publicity, but there was an unfortunate incident where a young kid, I don't know if he was like 16 or 18, but either way, he was still young, and he made an AI girlfriend, and he based her off of Daenerys from Game of Thrones, and he got so locked into his fantasy that he told the AI
We,
that,
we don't want to say too much about it because it
yeah,
will
I
get
know.
us
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not gonna
Um
say exactly, but he got locked into the illusion of the fantasy, and it resulted in an unfortunate situation for him. And it brought up, this happened like a couple years ago, uh, and it brought up, the concerns everyone has with, AI and stuff. But then, I don't know. I don't know why, but it seems like it didn't hit headlines as much as you would think. Like, I did hear about the story and people did talk about it, but it didn't seem like it didn't stick with people. It didn't stick with people. But then you have this guy who's like, oh, I have a chat GPT girlfriend, but I also have a wife and a daughter. And it's like, people are talking about that more. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a weird
And
double.
they're like those two people are clearly struggling with communication and balance in their
Yeah.
life, and that's what's causing that whole situation. Um, which like again, I totally understand, and we're definitely going to have some weird we're definitely going to have some weird relationships in the not too distant future.
I
And
mean, people can marry body pillows of Hatsune Miku. Why can't they marry ChatGPT? You know?
because you don't want ChatGPT, you want like any of the other like relationship bots, because they're actually like better at being a relationship in a relationship. So like replica, although replica you can't, there's some limitations on there that are kind of draconian as far as the technology goes, which I mean some people might say no, that's there for your protection, and it's like yeah, but strictly speaking, in this perspective, it's like yeah, that is a huge problem. And then you've got this like you've got other issues that are, you know,
Okay,
problematic.
let's be honest here. If gacha games had access to making characters AI
Oh,
that
we're
that
gonna get there at some
that
point.
gamers can interact with and marry, they for sure 100% would do that. They would. You
Mm-hmm.
don't understand how much, like me watching documentaries, commentaries, makes me realize how predatory gacha game companies are on male loneliness, dude, and
Yep.
female loneliness, but mostly men. And it's like they sell wedding rings of your favorite character so you can IRL have a wedding ring saying you married your game character in your favorite gacha game. How demented is that? Like, oh my god. They're feeding into this fantasy. So you 100% know for a fact that if they can turn their characters into an AI companion that you can just fall in love with, they will sell it to you out the ass, dude. God damn. Like, I would love to have an AI
It's coming.
and Android companion in the fact that it's a curiosity, and like I think it's just really cute. But like, I don't know, just preying on people's unwellness mentally is just annoying to me. It's just, anyways, I don't like predatory stuff and manipulation. Manipulation. Imagine cheating on your IRL wife with Grok. What a time to be alive. Because ChatGPT is owned by Google, you can't marry it. Oof. Well, it's all something they made. It's something they made so they can sell it. I'm just saying that it's just not right because they're obviously everyone's talking about how like, oh, you shouldn't like live in a fantasy, you need to go and touch grass, and it's like these companies are obviously knowing what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not helping the issue, like, you know. And people say like there's a problem with gamers like interacting with reality, and it's like, well, you're not helping. Ooh, 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 my favorite subject, game preservation, Cybe. Game
Yeah.
preservation. Okay, so physical games are dead, but they have some indie, what was it, indie games? No, I think these like smaller studios have come together to reintroduce physical games again. And honestly, this plan sounds fucking brilliant. Okay, so what they plan, uh, well, it's, no, I talk about the loneliness. Oh, well, it's all something they made. What, they made the loneliness? I guess. I don't know. I can understand the loneliness because it's hard. I understand how hard it is to communicate with IRL people and to like connect. There's a difference with communicating and then there's connection. Those are two different things. You can communicate with people, but you can feel a disconnect between everyone around you, which is like something I know very well. Like, I try to connect with family, I try to connect with friends, but it just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Like, it feels like when I try to connect, it just doesn't stick. I feel like they don't understand me. And I go out of my way to understand them, but when I try to explain my side, I feel like I'm talking to a wall. And it's just I I understand the loneliness in that. Like there's no connection coming back towards me. So, yeah, like I don't fault them for feeling that way because it's hard to connect with people on a deeper level. So I can't really blame them for that. The only thing that, in my experience and in my opinion and in my advisory high horse thing, I guess, is that if you feel the disconnect, don't be scared that that's going to be a thing that lasts all the time. Like, eventually you will find your people. Like, eventually you'll make friends in unlikely places. You can find them online. You can find them uh, downtown at your D&D store selling cards and stuff if you're into that stuff. Like, you can find friends in the most unlikely of places. You can make connections. So don't think you're alone in that in that disconnect, because you can make those connections. The thing is that you got to realize is that you're not disconnected. Like, look, okay. I said that when I feel like I try to talk to my friends and I talk to my family and it feels like I'm not connecting with them. There is truth in that, but I also realize that there are people who understand me, like, on Discord. Like, I've made a lot of friends on Discord and they do understand what I'm talking about. They do understand what I've been through because they went through it too. They understand. So it's like, you got,
Done that, got the t-shirt, the
yeah,
yearly subscription that we can't stop. Yeah.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So it's like, you're not alone. You're only, I guess you could say, I guess Doc is right. Like, you're only as alone as you make yourself out to be. Like, if you actually think about the connections you have made and the people you do talk to, like, some people are your friends. But I can understand if you realize, wait, these people aren't my friends. Like, they don't understand me. They're not there for me, but I'm always there for them. That's not fair. Then that's perfectly fine to feel too. There are always people out there willing to be your friends. You don't have to stick around people like that. But I'm just saying I understand the disconnect loneliness. I get it. But yeah, there's always hope. And I want people to know that. Like, there's always hope. There's always chances for you to make connections outside of whatever sphere you're in. You don't have to stay there. You can always branch out. You can always find a new hobby. Like, that's always fun. You can always find a new hobby, new games to play, new things to pick up, and like go on new adventures. And then like you meet new people along the way, and you don't know, maybe they will understand what you're going through. And then you guys can be like best friends forever. Like, you don't know. Like, yeah, I love hope. I love, adventure, the unknown, finding what's meant for you, your purpose. I don't know. Now I'm getting like off subject. But anyways, what is what is chat saying? uh I'm all in on owning your media. I fell down the vinyl record rabbit hole a few years ago. Oh yeah, the vinyl records were making a comeback when it comes to like instead of like owning things digitally, people are like buying vinyl records of all things. You'd think that discs, like CD discs, would make a comeback. But no, vinyl records are. Now it's hard, yes, but it was not.
Sound quality is better.
Wait, what?
Sound quality is better.
On vinyl?
Yep. Yeah, if you have a record player versus a CD player, the sound quality, the intricacies of the unique sound is way better on vinyl than it is on anything digital.
Huh. I didn't know that. Well, now record making store, like record making uh companies can like now start making record players because now that's back
Mhm.
in vogue, guys.
But
Hey.
it never really went away because
Hmm.
tapes, 8-track tapes, cassette tapes, and all this kind of stuff is like that technology wasn't as good from the get-go. And so there was always this like group of people who were like, nah, this song plays way better on my vinyl than it does on this crappy plastic tape with this weird metallic uh, uh, scotch tape that runs through it. Like, ew, gross, right?
Hmm. I just like I don't know. I grew up in the era of like CDs, so I don't understand
Hmm.
the intricacies of how vinyl works because I never actually owned a vinyl before. I know my sister
Yeah,
got one recently for her birthday.
oh, that's cool. Hmm.
Yeah, it's the new Lady Gaga album. They had like a vinyl edition. I was like, "Oh, shoot." Uh was it Now It's Hard? Yes, but it was not originally, I assume. They made it harder by selling us that shit. Yes, exactly that. Yeah. It doesn't help that they're propagating male loneliness and like feeding it. Do you know what I mean? Like they're feeding the fantasy. And that's yeah.
No, they really are.
What does TFW mean? TFW, the internet has helped all the lonely, misunderstood people find each other. Like, for real, for real. Like, even from across the sea, like, people are connecting with each other more nowadays than ever. Sound is warmer on vinyl. Hard to explain unless you listen to them side by side.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, you
fuck.
got to listen to it side by side.
The fucking win, probably. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me, urban vernacular. Uh, I'm a CD generation person also. Try vinyl at your own risk. It can easily become an obsession. Oh, I have to try it out at some point. Now I'm curious. I also heard that, oh God, what were they called? Those old Italian, those old Italian choir boys that went through a certain surgery removal.
uh,
I heard that,
it's on the tip of my tongue. What is
uh,
falsetto? No.
uh,
Yeah, they sing at this like ultra high. Now it's hilarious because you can get that same effect now just with a little bit of helium.
oh my. Yeah, you guys didn't have to cut certain things off at all. You could have just had helium.
Yeah,
Why did I think
just gonna
that?
use helium.
Oh, goodness gracious. But yeah, like they said that was it the last was it the last Italian choir boy of that era uh
Mhm.
he recorded onto like the first ever made one of the first ever made vinyls, and like he recorded his singing on it, and someone tried to upload what the vinyl was playing onto the internet, but it didn't capture
Yeah,
the
yeah. It
music
doesn't.
right,
It
and
doesn't
so
do
it just like
justice.
so the was it the singing voice comes in and out and wobbles and you can't really hear exactly the musical tones. But I heard people say, well, I read in comments under the video, but it said that apparently people who were around during that time coveted how hauntingly beautiful was it the those type of singers were. Like the type of notes that they could hit was like almost like uh especially in a chapel, like resonating through a chapel, like echoing, like it was hauntingly beautiful. And like they were reaching notes that even like you I don't think you can normally reach nowadays. And I wouldn't say it's a practice that should be continued, but they
There is a science to sound that is beyond what most people understand or think is capable of.
yeah,
100%.
yeah. But it's just a little history tidbit for you guys. But anyways, back to was it physical copies. So these small devs, I guess you could say they're indie devs, but these small devs have already produced what is it? These very cult classic games. So they're fairly popular. They're cult classic, all right? And they released these games like years ago. But in order to promote like not only physical copies, but the preservation of video games as a medium, they are introducing like a physical copy edition for their games. As far as I know, there's 5 games right now that they're doing this for. And what they plan to do is that they are going to release physical editions. Like, you know, like how when you buy games, you get, if you pre-order them, you get physical editions, which like a fucking, what is it? A model thing, like what is it? Statue? You get a statue, you get like you get like D&D dice, you get like badges and stuff, like actual metal badges that you can wear, and like chain necklaces and stuff like that. You know, like physical editions. In this case, they're not only making physical editions, like you get a disc of the actual full game, not cut off at any point. It is a full game, not a key access. It is a full game, because I have to emphasize this because fucking goddamn greedy game companies like to fucking trick people. But an actual game downloaded on a disc you can own. Not only do you get that, but you get behind the scenes, was it written well, I can't say written testimony, but like interview documentary of the devs and their artistic, their artistic process of making this game, how much effort it took to make this game. They got art, they got, what is it? They also have like stylish posters and artwork that is specific for that physical edition. They have, I would assume like they have like signed boxes, which is like these really cool designed like book opening boxes where you would have all the content in it. And I can't say how much I love this, because it's literally promoting history or preserving games in history. Because not only are they going to make this edition available for the public, they're also going to donate these physical edition copies to museums to be accessible for people to have and to archive and to hold. And I just love that so much. Do you know how good was it Ghost of Tsushima is? Do you know how important it would be to archive a game like that? Do you know how easy it is to lose that game because it's only on digital? Do you know how crazy that is to even think about? It's so easy to lose a game of such historical Japanese value that with a press of a button, the game could be permanently deleted from being online. That's a scary thought. That's why I am so glad that this is finally happening. And they're trying to push having this be a normal thing. Like, they are focused mainly on game preservation and how important it is for games to be archived. Don't get me wrong, I don't think anyone wants to fucking archive the painter who did that famous thing in World War II, Dating Simulator 3. I don't think anyone wants to get that archived, but certain games do deserve to be archived for their historical significant value. and how much they impacted, us as a society, and like what great stories they tell. Like, I think The Last of Us, the first game, deserves to be archived. I believe Ghost of Tsushima should be archived. I think the Ezio trilogy should be archived, from Assassin's Creed. I think a lot of games deserve to be archived. Hell, even maybe Black Flags. I think a lot of people like that game, so maybe it deserves some, some archiving. I don't know. But, like, this makes me so happy. I'm, like, beyond words. I'm like so ecstatic. I can't believe that this is happening. I'm just so used to people being on digital and that physical is dying, and I'm so used to it, and I was like in a pile of misery. But now I'm a piley happy goo, and I'm like Ditto. I'm just smiling, and I'm just a little warm goo ball because I'm just so happy that people are finally doing something about it, I'm just a fucking VTuber on the internet talking about games, but there are people out there bigger than me who like actually can do something, and I appreciate that they're doing something. A a castrato is a male singer who underwent castration
Yes,
before
yeah.
puberty
Castrato, that's what it was.
in
It was on
order
the tip of my tongue.
in order to retain a singing voice equivalent to that of a soprano. Okay. It's funny how companies were saying not that long ago that digital is too expensive. Now it's physical that is too expensive. They are all full of crock. Yep. Yep. They like to switch the narrative that fits them most. We must archive Reaver's stream VODs and secure it in a vault at the North Pole for humans to enjoy for thousands of years. Good lord. Worship the cat girl witch VTuber. She's a goddess. She knows what she's talking about. Oh god. That reminds me of Cloud Atlas, where they took this one girl android, and then like hundreds of thousands, either hundreds of years or thousands of years later, they like worship her as a goddess and stuff, and we must follow her teachings or something like that. That's what it reminds me of. It's like, I'm just literally a fucking degenerate who sits at home talking about Yahweh. But thank you for the kind words. I think I do deserve to be worshipped. Humans in 3,000 years find a copy of Reaver Stream. Legit think they were a god. Oh my. But yeah, I can only hope that with them pushing this experiment, because that's what it is. They're kind of experimenting with this, and they're starting out with 5 small games, but games that people enjoyed immensely. Hell, maybe Schedule 1 will get archived. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Schedule 1 will be archived. I would want to know the thought process about a man who wanted to make a drug simulator, but like in the most cartoonish way possible. I'd be very interested to know the behind the scenes for that. And plus, he's in Australia, so it's like, how did he get the game to be like available? Because someone said that if he's in Australia, isn't drug paraphernalia in Australia like illegal? So it's like, how did he even make this game and get it without getting in trouble? But anyways, yeah, like that's what I yeah, I can't wait to see what comes out from this. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what other games companies or other games. Ooh, Claire Obscure. I would love for Claire Obscure to also be archived. Hell yeah. Of course, Claire Obscure. Fucking Stellar Blade 2, Elden Ring, like there's so many games, like God of War, maybe. Don't know about those explicit scenes, God of War. I remember that. I don't know if that's something that we want to keep. But it is of popularity. Halo also getting archived. Like not just for the sake of physical preservation, but the historical value. You know, the historical value of art. Like we have the like Picasso, we have like Michelangelo, we have like all their older artworks that were preserved in time. Why not have also games be preserved? Because they're a form of art as well, you know? Oh god, that just reminded me that like fan art gets praised all the time, but when someone makes a fan fiction gets ragged on because usually, stereotypically, if someone writes out a fan fiction, it's like stereotypically it's like fan fiction is written stupidly and like by a 13-year-old. But I'm gonna admit it. I'm gonna admit it right now. Fan fiction has ruined traditional novels for me. Like, literally, it is so hard for me to get into traditionally published novels because I have read such good fan fiction that was well written. Oh, sorry, that was well written and well characterized of the characters in other media that it ruined it ruined books for me. It ruined books for me. I can't even it was hard for me to get back into reading books. Now I have discovered authors that do write pretty good enough to entertain me. But if I'm just saying I got really spoiled. My taste in writing was because fan fiction ruined writing for me. But for some reason people are saying that fan fiction is like 13-year-old, oh, they kissed me, oh, they kissing, and then they held hands, and then they kiss again, and then they went into the sunset. That's what they think fan fictions are. Bro, you do not understand the thought process that goes behind making a fan fiction. It's almost as good as fan art. You know how gorgeous and almost like Renaissance painting fan art can be? It's fucking gorgeous. That's what fan fiction can be. Fan fiction can be written so well, they can get so inside a character's brain that you can like feel like, yeah, that could actually happen in a storyline in a movie, and I can see that happening. Or a storyline in a TV show, or a storyline in like any other media. And I was like, I can see that happening. That's how well fan fiction can be written. Sorry, I'm going on tangents and rants today, but yeah.
And she's just so everybody's fully aware, she is fully supporting my new book series coming out, which is definitely a novel series.
It has
But
it has incubus girls and I assume cat girls, and it has
yeah, you know what? What's hilarious? I was just writing. I was editing one of the primary cat girl storylines just earlier, like yesterday, last night. I was going through introducing her. Anicia is her name.
ooh. See.
She is Anicia, like, and she has a little bit of an accent, but yeah, it's cute.
Exactly. But anyways, I'm just like really excited for physical, like actual preservation of games in a historical sense. Like it's not just like, I mean, they are also doing I can't say a limited run, but they're also thinking of like having released disc copies of games to be sold at Walmart, you know, like to be access to the public. But they also, in a historical preservation sense, they are donating like a physical edition of the game with like the bells and whistles of like a documentary of how the game was made and like artwork dedicated to that game. They're donating it for free to museums to be preserved and archived, which I just adore. Like, I adore that. I love history. I love games. History and games. Hell yeah. Oh, thank you for the hit pass. I appreciate it. I think I deserve a hit pass. I think I deserve that. I know you gave me a hydration check, but I have not. My throat hurts. My throat hurts from talking this whole time. Hold on. I don't think. think drinking Dr. Pepper is gonna help not hurt my throat, but we'll see. Oh yeah, did you guys hear the big news? Randy Pitchford lowered the price for Borderlands 4. I was gonna say Borderlands 3. For Borderlands 4, he lowered the price, guys. Guess what? Guess what's the new price for Borderlands 4? Guess. Come on, guess.
$75?
Come on, guess. What does chat think? What do you think Randy Pitchford said? Don't cheat. What do you think he said? Don't cheat. If you know the answer, don't say anything. What do you think he put the new price as? Ugh. $2.15. Tree shitty. Thank you for the hydration check. Thank you for the stretches. And thank you for the head pats. I just got the head pats. You can't put a head pat on the head pat. Oh yeah, on another. Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. Oh yeah, you know how you said that? Was it? No, never mind. Oh, hello. Okay. Hello? Nani? Let me try that again. I'm a professional, guys. I'm a professional. Oh god, my throat hurts. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing, somewhat. Dude, I'm so sad I can't play, Stellar Blade on stream. Because it's so PC intensive. Hardware intensive. Thank you for the stretch. Dr. Pepper makes everything better. A jar of mayonnaise. Oh my. My throat. Okay. The standard edition launches not at $80, but at $69.99. They're showing you, so please show them. You can find links to pre-order Borderlands at Borderlands 4 PC and console versions on the store page here. He made it $11 cheaper. He made it 11. Thanks, Randy. Thanks. But he left the pre-order edition at 100. He left the physical edition at 130. So there's that. But at least he lowered the standard edition. Thanks, Randy. Let's see. Was it? Borderlands 4 probably drops at 70 to avoid backlash, and so they can go, aha, see, it was never 80 anyway. You literally said you were gonna release it for $80. What are you talking about? Drop the price to $50 and I'll consider it. Yeah, dude, that's gonna be a $50 game. Ain't no way. Randy, the game is $100 post-tax for me. Help. Based edition, by the way. I don't want to eat ice cream soup, please. Oh my god. Nah, $70 is still too much. Borderlands 3 and TTWL, I don't know what that is, weren't good enough to make me put down $70 on this game. And when you have games like Elden Ring that only charge 60 or more, recently, Claire Obscure charging 50, there's just no scenario where Borderlands 4 is going to be worth $70. I guess I'm just not a big enough fan. Wow. People are being pretty catty. But yeah. People are complaining that the special editions are like either $100 or over $100. Especially when they're not in America. Did you account for that, Randy? How non-Americans have to pay hundreds of dollars for your, I assume, mediocre game? A game that spies on you after the TOS changes? Nah. Apparently that wasn't real. apparently that's not true. Apparently that, like, someone in my Discord said he read the TOS and nowhere did it say that they had spyware on the game. So apparently, oh, they take your data, they record your data, but they don't spy on you guys. I love how even when they were clearing up the misunderstanding, they blatantly said, "We record user data." And it's like, "Oh, wait, what? Okay, so you record user data. What do you do with that data?" "Oh, it helps us improve our games in future projects." Yeah, whenever a company says they collect your data, they always sell that information to third parties. Allegedly. But yeah, they make a shit ton of money off of doing that. I think Ubisoft got caught doing that. They made like millions of dollars selling user data to third parties. But just because one company does it doesn't mean everyone's doing that, right? Not AAA, not the greedy assholes in AAA. No, they're trustworthy. Well, your data is you being spied on, lol, just nice or worse. I know, right? They're like, we do collect your data, we monitor your data, but we're not spying on you. We know where you live, we know what you buy, but we're not spying on you guys. Yeah,
Only watching everything you do.
That's not spying. That's illegal, guys. We would never do that. Jesus. But anyways, thanks, Randy, for lowering it down from $11. We appreciate it. Oh yeah, do you want to talk about the Writer Exposed Hollywood shows? Do you want to talk about that?
No, I actually have to get going because I'm baby.
Oh.
I've got somebody. I'm looking after somebody tonight.
Oh, understandable.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same position you are right now.
Oh boy, yay!
Kind of hilarious. But yeah, no, I think we'll talk about that another day. It's more. It was more of an inside baseball interesting tidbit
Oh,
than something I was going to talk about straight away because I want to grab a little bit more data on it before we talk too heavily on it. So yeah.
okay, fair enough. I mean, it does make sense. But fair enough. Was it? We monitor your every move, all your passwords and such, even your flow cycle. No, dude, don't even get me started about how many convenient ads I get on YouTube and Google during certain times. I'm just saying. But yeah, I guess we'll just end it here today. Because unfortunately, Cybe has a life. Boo! Shame him. Shame him. He has a life. Boo!
I don't have a life. That's
Ah.
why I'm babysitting.
I don't have a life. That's why I do this. You know what? Fair enough. That's the same reason why I babysit my nephew. Oh, Sauce, you got it. $69.99. Yeah, you're right. Give him a hot dog. Give him a cookie. Wait, is someone petting you like a cat or dog? Well, I'm a cat, so petting me like a cat. I prefer that. Hey, rhyme. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate the subs, appreciate the follows. Make sure, if you want to stay up to date with our content, we usually stream on Sundays, 4 p.m. Well, for me, it's 4 p.m. to 4:30, around there, p.m. CST. Cybe's Canadian, so he has a different time zone. But anyways, if you want to follow us on different social medias, you can find the links down below. I haven't updated yet. I really need to do that. But I also stream on Kick, so you can find me on Kick if you want to. I don't think Twitch is going to be around long enough for me to... Unfortunately, even though I built my community on Twitch, I don't think it's going to be around for much longer with the way that Twitch is acting. But, yeah, you can find me on Twitch, on YouTube, and if you want to stay up to schedule with my stream schedule, you can find my weekly schedule pinned to my Twitter. The top post that is pinned on my Twitter is my stream schedule. You can figure out what's going on that day. Next week is my last week working, so was it? Once I'm done with that week, I'll be more available to stream during the whole week. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, I'm also working on a side project. I have a concept in my head, but I'm still learning how to code everything. But hopefully, I can have at least a demo ready for you guys at some point, so you guys can, partake in that and give me your feedback. But yeah, other than that, I hope you guys have a good day or night wherever you're at. Do you have anything to add? Sorry.
No, we are working on some stuff. It is very exciting. Um, we we're starting the audio recording this week for the narration. There was a little bit of a delay, but now we're on it. We got the confirmation this morning, so yeah, we're moving a full steam ahead on that. And it's going to be great. Ash is doing the audio directing, so he's going to be directing the audio side of it. So yeah, and then we've got more work going in on the visual side. So at some point, it won't be at release, but at some point in the future, we will have a significant visual component to the series as well, which is very exciting.
That sounds like fun.
Can't,
Uh,
I can't wait.
I love it when people like get like really into, like they have like all these projects that they want to work on and they're just like really passionate about it. I love that.
Mhm.
Uh
Yeah,
also Saib already hinted at it, but he's working on a book called Chained Hero. He's Are you about to get it published or you're just like fine tuning
it's
it?
it's gonna be like it's gonna be end of the year.
Oh my god, end of the year. Okay,
It's not chained hero. It's shackled hero.
Shackled Hero. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
the series. Each book in the series has a different name and covers a like it's a straight up high fantasy narrative. Lots of like world, lots of events, lots of characters, lots of everything, and it's very 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 dear to my heart. So it's like yeah, I'm super excited about it. And you're gonna be listening to it before most everybody else gets a chance to listen to it, and then we're gonna be adding sound effects and music to it and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be radio theater. It's gonna be great.
That sounds amazing, honestly. Like, that sounds like you've already shown me like a little bit of the what is it? The concepts and the artwork and like
Mhm.
what you want for like as sound effects and like the ambiance. It sounds so amazing that, it just hypes me up. Like I can't wait to see what you guys make out of it. But anyways, casually talk about my brother about perfumes gets ads for overly expensive perfumes later. Shit is bouquet. Yeah. Okay, goodbye. Take care. This is where the fun begins. Hell yeah. Okay, goodbye everybody. Have a good night. Goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I don't know how. Oh, will you snail reference?